What's up, Dub Nation? Wow. Crazy last week, really. Hey, DVDV, where you at? And just like I pre-announced in the comments, CP3 is not even being traded. He's being waived. And obviously, Warriors are going to work out a sign and trade. As we wait for Dean, I will turn up the audio on Trade Talk on some random channel, some random TV channel related to the NBA, while I set up. Hope that's okay. So I will put that there. Let me turn this. Here you go. Chris Haynes. Can you hear that okay? Let me set things up.
I'm not predicting that's going to happen here. I'm just laughing about the spectacle of it back then. Yeah. That was one of the most ridiculous free agent days we've ever seen.
Bruce.
People hanging around the hotel rooms and so many things happen. I'm sorry. No, I remember the emojis.
All right. Various shit happening right now. I'm going to copy and paste some of my feed.
There is still time and room. It doesn't seem like the Clippers want to budge on that fourth year.
Growing optimism that Sixers will land Paul George.
Orlando, at least peripherally, it seems like they're in the mix. There still maybe is room to meet in the middle. So we'll see if either side budges. But if not, I think the three of us feel that he's likely leaving LA to end up as a 76.
If it's strictly a matter of
wow, he didn't want to go to Orlando. Nuts. Anyways, let's catch up.
Hey, PG.
Here's the Brandon Ingram stuff.
Does that make any difference?
I don't know where it came from. I think it's Shams.
Dynamic in a locker room.
Oh, here's the Shams one.
Certainty matters. Like he knows.
Okay, let's. Oh, that's live right now over there. Okay.
He also knows.
This is Shams.
And so I do think that does play some of the role.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's worth $50 million. That's to your point. That's going to be the question: is he willing to sacrifice, or ultimately will the Clippers move on?
I was this close to buying TweetDeck. $8. Maybe I should have. I don't want to give Elon my money.
This is going to be really
where the hell is Dean, man? Let's see.
There are going to be some other trades that are made that could also kind of change this whole.
Yeah, here's if this is all they do, if all we're doing is waiving Chris Paul, then yeah, but we'll see.
It is a little slower than in previous years, I think, for two reasons. One,
yeah, Slater sums it up correctly here.
Agree upon deals with their own free agents. We saw this with a number of star players. OG Anunoby with the Knicks.
Shams and I'll turn it back up when they talk about the Warriors or whoever is interesting. Shams tweeted out the we're waiving Chris Paul, but also Chris Haynes, and then Woj was 2 minutes after that. FYI, so I find that interesting. Let's see. CP3 waived, announced by Shams and Haynes at the same time. Again, we will have Sean Grice of Lakers Fastbreak come on later to discuss sign and trade options. Hey, what's up, everybody? That'd be great. That'd be great if he came back. But all of the media reporting is like, oh, yeah, he's not coming back. I think there's still a chance. Dean Chambers. Oh, they're going to talk about Klay right now. Hold on. Let's turn this up.
Discussion. In terms of money to spend, Ryan, what would be most appealing in terms of the offers that could be on the table for Klay from those teams or maybe somebody else?
So with Dallas, they have a trade exception because they sent Tim Hardaway Jr. to Detroit. That created a little flexibility. They'd like to re-sign Derrick Jones Jr., who was a starter and a key player. He usually guarded the opponent's best player on their run to the NBA Finals. If they could sign Derrick Jones Jr.,
Klay will meet with 76ers as well.
For the Western Conference champions. Other than that, guys, the Lakers, Clippers, and 76ers are all exception teams. Philadelphia would have the cap space exception, which is different than the big $13 million non-taxpayer mid-level if they sign Paul George. So if the 76ers use their cap space to sign Paul George, then they can go over the cap and use what's called the cap space mid-level. That's in the $8 million range to sign Klay. But however, even that is about $5 million less than the bigger non-taxpayer mid-level. And keep in mind, we talked about it earlier, but
he's now worth $8 to $13 million. That's sad.
From the Warriors, that would be a big haircut. So I'm guessing he probably chooses.
We'll talk about
the
that.
best non-taxpayer mid-level, the $13 million contract from a contender, unless Golden State can get creative and work with him on a sign and trade, which the Warriors seem committed to at least trying to do. If it makes sense for their franchise, they'd like to help one of the all-time great Warriors find a good destination and get paid.
At his best, Thompson's a pretty easy fit with just about any team. And even last year, which was an uneven season by his standards, he was still around 39% from three. Is there one of those teams that, to you, needs him the most, or where he fits better than the others?
Ooh, it's a tough call. I think he's a great fit in Dallas because of his skill set. Anytime you can get a guy that prolific who is at his best without the basketball, and you got two guys who are pretty ball dominant with Kyrie and Luka, I think
Blue Splash like that.
He'd be the best overall fit. Plus, he's still more than serviceable from a defensive standpoint. He can still guard multiple positions out there. So I think that's probably the best fit in terms of the roster for him. But also, you have to ask too.
We got 64 people watching, man.
These teams that have a lot of cap space that are going to be willing to throw more money at him and see if they can entice him with their plan for the future. In the next couple of years. I wouldn't be surprised if a team like Orlando, possibly even a team like Detroit. Again, not that Detroit's there.
He's not going to Detroit.
New coaching staff.
Come on, GA.
Sometimes the vision that you sell to a
never,
free agent
never, ever, ever.
So you
Horrible take.
Is
Horrible
he going
take.
to be willing to take that fewer dollars, that less in terms of monetary compensation to just go be with the money?
Orlando's an interesting case. I don't know if the timelines line up in terms of their future as a contender versus where he is in his career, but in terms of need and fits, it makes a lot of sense. They hit fewer threes than any team in the league last year.
They have a very talented front court in Orlando. They're one of the best defensive teams in the league, but they also have one of the biggest discrepancies, a great defense, a below-average offense. KCP fits with any team in the league, and I think that's one of the themes of free agency. You can get paid a lot of money as a star role player, which is what Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is. He's won 2 championships, one with the Lakers, one with the Nuggets, and he's in demand, as is Klay. One thing to keep an eye on with Klay, I think that Paul George is likely to end up in Philadelphia. But if he doesn't, if he re-signs with the Clippers, Philadelphia has a lot of money. And as we discussed, they need to spend it to get to the floor. They could pay Klay Thompson, overpay Klay Thompson for 1 year or 2 years on a shorter term.
Maybe that's Klay playing 4D chess.
Retains the flexibility going into next season or whenever Klay's deal ends. So I think he probably wants to see what's going to happen with Paul George. And is there an option for me to make a lot of money on a short-term deal? Philly would be a great spot because he'd get paid a lot and play with a contender if Philly has their cap space and haven't figured out a different way to use it if they can't sign Paul George.
Obviously, the Sixers want the shooting as well. Remember, they traded for Buddy Hield last season. It seems that's not going to be a long-term fit for Hield.
No, I don't think so. And in fact, what I think Philly's going to have to do to sign Paul
So
George,
to talk about,
they're going to have to renounce a bunch of players. They're not going to be able to keep all of their rights. So Paul George is going to take up most of their cap space, about $50 million of their cap space. We'll see what happens with Paul Reed. Paul Reed, the backup center, who's played a nice role and is pretty valuable given Embiid's health issues and the questions about whether he will play. His deal is fully non-guaranteed in the $8 million range. So it looks like Philly has a lot of cap space, and they do. But if Paul George signs for $50+ million, 4 years, $212 million, pretty much all that cap space, most of it is gone right off the bat, and then you still have to sign about 9 players to fill out the rest of your roster if you're the 76ers.
Can you put yourself in Klay's shoes?
There we go.
What's ahead
One
for
more
him
thing on Klay.
this upcoming season, wherever he is, having played for one team his entire NBA career. He's 34 years
I'll
old.
put you in Clay's
Not
shoes.
just playing for
He's
one
mad.
team, but to have as much success as he had.
He's
Like,
emo
there
right
aren't
now.
Many guys in the history of our league that have been in that kind of a situation because he still, from an expectation standpoint, feels like he's going to be able to contribute to winning, right? And it's going to be emotional for him. I do think that's why another likely scenario is there's going to be a sign trade. Because I also think that Golden State, they don't want to have this backfire PR. I think they want to allow for him to kind of have some say in this and to be compensated at a level commensurate with his talent. And so I still see a scenario potentially where there is a sign and trade because I don't think they nor he ultimately want to see this thing end poorly. Because, that's just not you as a fan of the Warriors, you want to see the guys that help create that dynasty go out on positive terms, right? You don't want to have the messy divorce at the end. And that's kind of
right.
what this is
It's just the one guy that's making it messy.
I'm okay with them wanting to part ways and with him wanting to, because I think it does make sense. But it doesn't have to be bitter and nasty, which is how it's kind of been somewhat here to this point.
It's all who's responsible for being bitter and nasty. If I were bitter and nasty right now, I would ask Dean to say, Rich, get over yourself, figure it out. But anyway, I should probably put captions on up there. Now they're talking about Kevin Love, 2-year, $8 million plus deal to return to the Heat. How you doing, Dean?
Not bad, Rich.
Sorry to
so far, it's
delay you there, but geez, my Twitter stream is going to be so far behind here.
Yeah, it's
ridiculous. It's not nothing to throw on.
Sorry.
Getting off CP3, aka Jordan Poole salary, isn't terrible. It isn't terrible. I would want to know, why didn't you get something in return for somebody? But we probably will never know.
Well, my guess is
I'm gonna do some work right now, Dean. So you're gonna have to be in charge of filling the airwaves and keeping track of some comments, and just maybe scroll up and catch up, or do whatever you can. But I gotta catch up before my timeline gets way too backed up.
Gotcha. Yeah. My guess on the CP3 thing personally is that they were going to try to trade him into a team with cap space so that they wouldn't have to take salary back in return, because they just couldn't pay CP3 and continue to play him. I think with the kind of rosters and everything that the Warriors are trying to build. Bruce says no crying tonight. DVDV's already put out a crying emoji saying sign and trade, and also asking everybody to hit the like button. You got
I gotta get a water bottle. Dying here. Be right back.
Yep.
Oh, here. Found it.
Nice. We got 67 people watching right now, and let's check how many likes we have.
We haven't even talked about
17
himself, but so I'm scrolling, but I forgot to sort of say my thing on Klay is this has got to be and I've talked to Dean and I've talked to other people about it. It's like, here's my example for everybody. And I got to get this off my chest. Let's say Klay was on eBay. Okay. So I want to go and get a new contract here. I'm putting myself on eBay to everybody. I'm setting the opening price at, what's fair. What do I really want? I probably really want something more than 24 million per year for 2 years, which was offered to me at the beginning of the season, widely reported by Shams and Slater. So I'm going to set the opening bid at 24. No, let's say 25 million, right? Or maybe we'll go below that just to get the auction started. 23 million. I don't know. It's 20 something million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've started the auction. Why in God's name would Joe Lacob put in a bid? You've got to see what he's worth. We have no idea what he's worth. This Klay is Klay, but then also all the stuff that happened during the season, you can point out the good news is that he went to the bench and immediately scored 35 points off the bench. The bad news is that he can't cover ones and twos anymore. He can only cover half of the league's small forwards and most of the league's power forwards.
Which is not abnormal for a player his size and age and everything, by the way. It's exceptional that he's able to do that.
I'm going to disagree with you, Dean. I mean, when you have a shooter / wing like that, you're trying to do, 3 and D, which means the D side of it. He's like a wing asterisk now. Like, he's not really a wing because he can't really cover the long wings. So that's kind of, but anyways, he's still a good defender when he puts his mind to it. But the one thing that is seared in my brain is when he couldn't box out Terrence Mann and we lost to the Clippers. All we needed was him to get the rebound, but Terrence Mann got the rebound and we lost to the Clippers on that one. That was a key game. Mm-hmm. So why would Joe Lacob submit a bid, even the opening bid, when we don't know what that's worth? So be like, I'm going to wait. And so we've got to wait until today and see what happens. Meanwhile, he's getting all pissed off about that. Oh, you're pursuing Paul George. I mean, we have to at least look at it. We have to see if we can get Paul George without giving up Kuminga. And if you go read Brett Siegel's article in Hoops Hype today, he literally said that league sources told him Warriors were not willing to give up Kuminga. Sigh of relief for everybody, because I think everybody here loves Kuminga more. We did a poll on the community page. By landslide, Kuminga won that one. And like, Klay, this is just normal. And the last thing is you do the salary cap. Stuff, and it makes sense. It's like we're not going. There's this thing called the second apron and the first apron, and we're not just going to rush and give you 25 million, even if it's for 2 years, because I know you want 3. We're not going to do that just because it's a different environment out there. And so for him to be upset by all this and, oh, you're not giving me respect. It's like, bro, I have been there. I've been in meetings with business partners and stuff where I felt I was disrespected. I took it personal and I got emotional in it. Those were bad experiences. The better way to go is just to leave that out and understand where everyone's coming from before you even go in the meeting, and to have advisors that will tell you that. So this, to me, I am just disappointed in Klay, and I'm also disappointed in his representation. And the smoking gun on this is that now we're talking, can we get other teams now are setting his price at the non-tax mid-level, 13 million. So you just open your bid at 26 million or something, 20 something million. Chris Haynes says he thinks the Warriors offered him low 20s. We don't know. He doesn't really know. He's guessing. Said that half an hour ago on NBA TV. And so now Klay, now your floor, Klay, is 13 million. When we didn't know what your floor was, but now you set the floor at 13 million because you got pissed. So now there's teams wanting to get you at the non-tax mid-level. And now You know, if LeBron gave you a call, he'd be going, yeah, man, Joe Lacob sucks. Yeah, I agree with you, man. He'd be feeding on that negative energy to try and get you to come play for him at 13 million instead of 20 something million. This is the worst negotiation tactic by an NBA player I've ever heard of. So that's my 2 cents. That's my rant.
It's kind of hard to argue against, Rich. If you just lost $9 million a year.
I'll let you chime in. I'm going to go back to work now. That's all I need to get off my chest. So.
No, I think you make some really, really, you know, points that are kind of difficult to hear, you know, but you have to take into consideration just whatever the intentions were. And I do like to try and look at what people's intentions are. But the consequences are that, I mean, you never know what could happen with Orlando. I guess there could still be, Orlando's less likely to offer him big money because the price got set across the league. Kinda.
Sorry to interject. I'll let you go. I just have to say that Eric G had a source when he went to the Arizona AAU tournament that told him that, first of all, that guy thought Klay was leaving for sure. No surprise. Everybody was saying that. But secondly, that Orlando wasn't really interested. Orlando seems to be like number 1 KCP or maybe 1A Paul George maybe. And it seems like Klay is like not at the top of their list, whereby I went with Bobby Marks. Bobby Marks thought Orlando was like a superb fit for Klay and that he could get like 30 to 35 million. And even Eric G came on this live and gave an awesome analysis of where Klay could be. Like, he wouldn't have to worry about defense as much on that awesome defensive team that they have. So Orlando is targeting KCP was Eric's guess. Thank you.
No, thank you, Rich. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me about Eric G's analysis on that as well. I am kind of surprised how pursued KCP has been. You know, because I always thought he was a really good player, but I saw a tweet, man, it popped out at me. I forget what the stats were. Like, is his defense as well? Yeah, but I didn't really ever think of him as a major, you know, huge money free agent. But I think probably, as you were saying, a very defensively versatile wing. Oh, that's interesting. A wing who can do a lot of versatile defensive stuff. As long as they can shoot threes, they don't have to do a ton else on offense and get the ball out of their hands if they're not open, and maybe set some screens. So I think the NBA values that so much now that KCP will probably get the bag. And that is probably also a concern for Klay, is that defensive thing. Mostly, if we're being honest, probably because of the injuries, you know, the terrible injuries he went through those 2 seasons. As far as Paul George, I can't get a read on that situation, man. I have no idea if he's staying, wants to be traded, but he'll opt in, then he opts out, and then it's Orlando, then Philly, then the Clippers again, and then the Warriors are trying to trade for him, and I have no idea what's going on there.
Paul's just testing the market. That's fine.
No, I understand that. I can't get a read on what feels more likely than the other. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe he doesn't know either. He's got to meet with.
That's very true. I think he probably doesn't, you know, have a commitment to one or the other that he's hiding. He's probably really truly trying to.
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a quick.
Thank you, Amy.
Wow, we got a lot of people on. Ready, Dane?
Yes, sir.
Screenshot so I can tweet this thing. Oh boy, I should update you guys on Twitter, but I'd be updating this the whole time, and I refuse to give Elon my $8. Tweet deck.
Stick to your guns, Rich. Stick to your convictions.
Nah, keep going, Dean. And you're going to have to try and find a balance between answering the comments and getting what you have to say out there. I will try and get a few comments in before updating my Twitter. I didn't want to miss anything.
No, absolutely. Thank you all for being here. This is first time in a while we've been getting pretty close to 100 viewers live. So welcome back, all the people who are taking a little vacation, and thank you, of course, to the people who've been here. For this past past few months. Since the Warriors season ended. Yeah, I'll go through a couple of the comments here. This is interesting. DVDV asked, any chance Klay will feel insulted by the options he'll get from other teams and stays put after all? That actually is pretty good leverage for the Warriors. You know what I mean? That's actually excellent leverage.
Oh, funny.
Sharp. Yeah. Oh, no. We're not talking about being screwed or anything like that.
Any chance Klay will get upset is like, yeah, like don't even finish the sentence. Any chance Klay will get upset? Yeah, he will. He probably will get upset about XYZ. That's him. But at the same time, instead of me just throwing him under the bus, that's what makes him great. It's like you have to be that way to like shoot threes the way he does with a hand in your face. Game 6, you're down double digits in Oklahoma City. Like only that attitude gets you out of that. So there's good and bad to everyone's, DNA, I guess.
Well, I just watched Klay Thompson shooting those free throws in 2019, and then his game back. And his first shot was a hang time layup, and the second shot he took in that game was dunking on Jared Allen and Lauri Markkanen when they were on the Cavs back in 2022. So,
oh man, here's the Zach LaVine. This is what this scares me, right? 46 and then player option for 49.
Yeah, it's damn near 50, really.
If he doesn't pan out, you can't get out of this for a while. You are stuck, especially with Steph making 50.
Has there been much traction on LaVine to the Warriors?
Nope. And there's been no traction for LaVine at all. Bobby Mark says he has no market. Chicago's trying to attach draft picks to it. So I did text Dean before this and just wondered out loud, what if they attached Patrick Williams and we did like a giant trade with like Wiggins and CP3, but that's done now. There's no CP3. There's no salary to do that. So we're not going to get Zach LaVine. There's no way. You wouldn't give up like Wiggins at $26 million plus a whole bunch of people. It's like impossible. Whew.
Yeah. I mean, unless you want LaVine back in a sign and trade, for Klay. I'm not sure Klay wants to go to Chicago though, and that's the thing about sign and trades. It can't just be any team.
Yeah. If anybody needs us to iron out anything that's confusing, just go ahead and ask it. I think this is like the one day where we will be super patient and just walk you through every little thing that needs to be learned.
Yeah, especially considering it could be quite emotional, kind of day too. So, don't be afraid to ask if, and we'll try and get everything as close to correct as we can with this, with this legalese, Byzantine, rules in trades and off-season, trade kickers and the second apron and hard caps and anything that you want to clarification on, we'll do our best to answer that. I'm kind of wondering, how much news will be finalized by tonight and what will go longer into the week. I imagine I'll be wrapped up around July 5th or 6th, probably. Though, so let's see if there's anything in the comments here.
The Miles Bridges one. Why don't you quickly explain why that wouldn't make sense, but especially for the Warriors? Because relationships, he's family to Wiggins, actually.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, there's some serious legal issues there. There's kind of the baggage of all that, and I just don't think the Warriors want that kind of publicity. If I'm being completely honest,
DVDV is like, yeah, let's get PG for $5 million. He'll take it.
Yeah, come on, man.
No, I did the math. We have $5 million in cap space if we do a couple things, I think. No, we might have more now, right? With CP off. Gosh, I should have done a spreadsheet. All right, I'll do a spreadsheet while you talk. Go ahead.
Well, I think the other thing is, with the right trades, the Warriors can open up more or include larger salaries by adding other pieces, because we will be under the second apron now, so we can aggregate multiple players together in any kind of trade.
Gotta zero this out. Hold on.
So Max Christie just got big money on the Lakers. Really?
We'll have someone from who's expert on the Lakers on later in 21 minutes.
Very cool. Looks like it's about $32 million over 4 years that Christie signed.
So $8 million a year. That's not hard to fit.
Well, it'd be cool if we had that, but
oh crap.
Yeah, I don't know.
Max Christie? He doesn't jump out on the page off the screen when we play the Lakers.
I meant $8 million to throw at a.
Oh, we had 8.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I said this on Instagram just now. If you want to go check it out, it's like, so there's Haywood Highsmith is being courted, right?
Okay.
Well, we could have at the non-taxpayer mid-level, and I did the non-taxpayer mid-level analysis on our channel right here. Okay, so my analysis of how we could have offered Highsmith the NTMLE. I didn't name Highsmith. I should have named Highsmith in there, because we could have gotten maybe like Kyle Anderson, Derek Jones is being theorized at that level, and all these guys like Highsmith, who is a great 3-and-D player, right? So I did the math on that, and if Klay could have come back at $24 million, and we would have gotten off of Looney's contract, unfortunately, sorry Looney, and we redid GP2's contract like he said he was open to, we would have been able to get the non-taxpayer mid-level, but never happened, because that's why I think we can still afford, quote unquote, Klay. It would cost us at least Looney, and it might even cost us GP2 now, because it's too late kind of to. GP2's already opted in on his contract. That's done. If Klay wanted to come back, I think we could still afford, quote unquote, $24 million. But beyond that, then we're past the first apron, I think, and then we're paying repeater tax, I think, right? Something like that. I don't know. I just had the first apron as a kind of a magical line.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's
Well, we are hard capped at the second apron, so I believe that means we can't even offer Klay enough money, if just hypothetically, to go over that. We're not allowed to do that.
which is 10 million over the first apron. So
yeah, it's like 179 to 189.
Yeah, so that's like a $34 million contract to Klay, which now that he's established his floor at the non-taxpayer, that would be ridiculous for anyone to pay him. So way to go, Klay. But anyways, I wouldn't worry about the second apron too much. But yeah, there's first apron stuff to be worried about sometimes, I think. I'm still learning.
Yeah. And what Rich mentioned there earlier is not just luxury tax, but the repeater tax, which is it becomes fairly significant as you imagine. The repeater tax is for teams that have been in tax a certain consecutive number of years, and I think it gets more. I think it gets more intense, I guess, every year that you're in it, and I've kept saying that as long as you have Steph in the team, especially making that kind of money, just try and put the best team out there, without going into the second apron, because that limits you so much in your ability to add new talent and make trades and things like that. But you have to be cognizant, I think, that the Warriors are probably not entirely being cheap talking about that. They're probably thinking about Kuminga and Moody's extensions, which could, I think they could kick in next year, right? Because it's a player option. It's a team option. And lots of times teams will sign players earlier so that the price doesn't go up later on. Like we could have signed Jordan Poole earlier, and instead we played out the final year of his contract before his extension kicked in. Then we traded for Chris Paul, and we just waived Chris Paul. So thank you for being a great teammate, by the way, Mr. Chris Paul. He really bought into the Warriors a lot, and I really respect him a lot for doing that. Because he's a Hall of Famer, and he could have made more of a fuss about the situation than he did, and I really appreciate that, And I never thought I would say that about Chris Paul, but he was a great teammate for the Warriors, and gonna have a soft spot.
He sacrificed a lot.
He did. He was not happy coming off the bench at the beginning of the year, but by the time the season started, it was.
Well, I'd be careful with those exact words. I mean,
oh, sorry. It seemed like when that reporter asked him, based on his response, "Are you coaching?" that he might have been a little.
Oh, that's summer league. No, that I think he was more. That's being more annoyed and establishing the types of questions he was going to tolerate with poor old. I forgot her name, but she used to write for the Mercury, and so, or maybe it was Madeline Kenny, or Shayna Rubin, one of those two. And I think it was just CP3 being who he is there. As far as coming off the bench, I'm sure it was difficult. I don't know that even he would say he wasn't happy about it. I would say that given the choice, he would have rather started and figured out a way to make it work rather than come off the bench. But I'll do what you think is best, Steve. In other words, CP3, it wasn't going to be a tantrum like Klay did. I mean, Klay admitted to that. I got to find the video on our channel, but it's one of the last ones. The Klay post game. I think it was after they beat Utah before the All-Star break, he goes on the podium and he says, "Yeah, I apologize to my assistant coaches." He had a tantrum. So
Yeah, I remember him saying
would
that.
never do one of those. What?
Um,
You remember him saying that?
I do remember him saying that. Yeah, Klay
Yeah.
saying, I apologize to the coach, to
Yep.
the assistant coaches and everything. You're right. I spoke.
It's all good.
I spoke too soon, or not too soon, but I said the wrong thing about Chris Paul. Nevertheless, I think this is going to be really telling what we're able to do these next few days in terms of what it's going to take to put another contender around Steph Curry, because I don't, I guess I just don't know how to feel. It could be that this really works for everybody, no matter what it is that happens, or it could be that I guess that it's going to be hard to put enough talent around Steph to try and win number 5 for him. But I think I'm leaning towards feeling confident that the front office knows what they're doing. And we haven't proven that yet under Dunleavy. We haven't made the playoffs yet. We haven't made the playoffs at all without Klay Thompson this whole run. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. This waiting around to see what happens is the worst part of all this stuff, man. Don't you feel that way?
I guess for people like Draymond Green said that on a podcast, and Klay definitely feels that way because it's stressful. You don't know where you're going to be. You don't know your future. Granted, it's millions of dollars. So at the same time, maybe, smell the roses a little bit, but
yeah, that's true.
But at least for us, we love it. We love like trades. Oh, this guy's going there and that guy's going there. It lets us fantasize of them in a different uniform and how the chemistry will work. And I was going to say one more thing about Klay. I forgot is, speaking of which, so I hope that made sense, Matt. When I say that Klay's floor is now 13 million. So,
oh yeah,
I gave the example of the eBay example earlier. Like, everybody was thinking like, oh, he's probably 20-ish million. Maybe Orlando would throw in a bucket, 35 because they got the space. But nobody really knew. It was like between 20 and 35. It was a huge range. So now if Klay is on the auction block, why would Joe Lacob make the first bid, which is buy it now? Like, why would I just set Klay's price when I don't even know what it is? So, not in so many words, but dude, go and find out what you're worth. But Klay took that. Actually, I think 51% of this is Paul George. The pursuit of Paul George, quote unquote. But that's something as a businessman we've got to do. We've got to see if the Clippers will sign and trade Paul George to us without Kuminga in the deal. Turned out we couldn't, but
every competent organization tries to be involved in everything that you hear about, and a lot of things you don't hear about, right? Wouldn't you say? You have to be. Yeah,
absolutely. I always give the example of you're in Caesar's Palace, the casino.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob walks in. Do you think he's playing on the regular tables? No, he's going to the whale room, the VIP room. That's the room where the Paul Georges go. They don't even bother with the regular tables. They go to the secret room, right? Joe Lacob has made it clear he always wants to be in the room, if not just to make the other whales like Steve Ballmer, like Grousbeck of the Celtics, Pat Riley, make them know that we're in the room. The Warriors are always in the room for a big name. That is why Lacob leaked LeBron at the trade deadline. It's classic Lacob, right? So anyway, my thing is, I think Klay got the wrong representation for this big deal, especially after. I mean, Klay should watch Draymond podcast. I know he's busy on the boat and all that, but you can learn a lot from Draymond podcast. He was literally on his podcast saying how crazy it was, from how nervous it was, revealed to us that Memphis had a deal for him. And it's like, Klay, had you known that, or maybe more, then because he fired Bill Duffy, one of the best agents in the league, so that, you know, everything balances out, so that he got this other guy. I won't name his name because it'd be like me throwing him under the bus. But this guy that's not very well known, works for a good agency. Let's restructure the Anta deal. And they did gangbusters on Anta. We know this. He's doing well with the Anta deal. And I don't know the particulars of that. It was actually Duffy that found him Anta. Now, taking it from Anta to the next level with Anta, I don't know. But he changed it. There's an article out there. This is how I know this. I read it somewhere that Klay fired Duffy. It was a really tough thing for him to do because Duffy had been good to him throughout Washington State and all that.
Yeah.
And
I heard him talk about Duffy in an interview.
And so this new, I think.
Oh, it's with Draymond.
I think. Okay. I think this is too much to handle for him. Like, to allow your client to get pissy about negotiations. I mean, you're automatically the worst NBA agent on the list if you do that. Like, this is why there's agents.
That's true. It's like representing yourself.
I really don't. I'm just looking at this from financial negotiations. You know, I've invested in companies. I had my own small little angel fund back in the day. And, you know, I knew where I stood. I had to wait for the deal. I had to see which one everybody else. It's like a school of fish. You kind of see where all the school of fish is going. Then you go. Like, I wasn't a major player, but if you're a major player, like, why would you outbid yourself to give Klay even a bid? Just keep your mouth shut and see what comes in. But anyways, that was the one thing the other thing I forgot to get off my chest throughout all of this is that I don't know if Klay had the right representation for this big of a deal. Like, go hire a one that's done it. And by the way, has Klay ever been through this? No, he actually hasn't. Yeah. Because he tore his ACL. That was the year when I think Mozgov and what other guys joking? No, I forget. No, Luol Deng. They got crazy contracts, I think, in 2019. I could be wrong, but
no, it was 2016.
I was here. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. 2019 was a no-brainer, right? You got to just give. I know Klay just tore his ACL, but like, dude, once he's back,
it was totally obvious. It was totally obvious.
Yeah, there's no negotiation needed there. I mean, that's when his agent, I think it was not Bill Duffy anymore at that point.
Yeah.
His agent, you know, took home a good percentage, you know, what's either 4 or 8% between what's 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8% of 43 million per year, you know? So they haven't been through something tough like this yet. Yeah. But I don't want to be here just. There must be something going on, and I don't think it's like 4D chess necessarily. I just think maybe they miscalculated, and it ended up being a gross miscalculation rather than a small one. Okay, I'm done with another rep. But I just want to put it out there, like the representation and the last time he was a free agent wasn't a tough decision. What wasn't nearly as stressful as Draymond's last one.
Draymond's last one was stressful, and also Draymond was in a bad position because he just punched Jordan Poole, too. You know, but
was that right before? Was that after? We gotta make sure we get the timing on that one. That's a huge one if we get wrong.
Yeah, because Jordan Poole had gotten his contract extension, and Draymond hadn't yet when the punch happened.
Cool. If you're confident on that, then I don't know.
I'm looking it up because I'm worried now. Let's see.
Oh, J Stack is trying to help out here, I guess.
Oh,
hey, everybody. Getting a lot of new handles here.
Yeah, welcome.
We're going to get Sean Grice on here any minute as well.
Nice. Keep it positive. Keep it positive and respectful, everybody.
In fact, when Sean Grice comes on, Dean, I'm going to let you lead that. And you guys just go through some sign-in trades. I will exit the camera, but I will put salary caps here based on what you guys are talking about.
Okay.
Obviously, Lakers and Warriors. I'll just put the Lakers one up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there's a lot. My friend who really follows the Lakers like we follow the Warriors, he said, nah, they're not. Vando, no way. So Vando is a key piece of the Lakers, and they want us to take D'Angelo. And then so it's like D'Angelo or Rui? I think that's a good discussion to have. Would you rather have D'Angelo or Rui? And then the other thing is that how much is it for? That's the problem. We don't know the value of the sign-in trade. Like,
well, if it's the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, Klay doesn't need a sign-in trade.
Right. So it would have to be more than that, right?
Yeah.
So what is the more than that? Is it 18 million, 20, 22? The more, the better for us, depending on the combinations of these Lakers. But anyways, so that's heads up for you. You lead that.
All right. I'll steady my nerves here. Oh, by the way, QE4EW said is there still a chance we can resign Klay? And Bruce said 0 chance. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think there's a lot of hurt feelings and everything like that. And I understand from Klay's side being I do understand.
He's gone. Oh, Bruce, man, you left him with that and he left the chat. He's gonna take another 0 chance. I don't agree with that. There's 0 chance if Joe and or Steve, Mike Dunleavy, Steph, if we don't get a final meeting, like the last chance. Brett Siegel actually put it in his post, put it in his article. I thought it was a great metaphor. Next time we have him on, I got to congratulate him for this. But if you go to Brett Siegel, Clutch Points, he wrote an article. Just go to his Twitter. He's got it reposted a million times. Mm-hmm. He said it's like a spurned ex-boyfriend coming back, and she or at the altar, just think of relationships. You're the ex-boyfriend, you leave, but you got dumped and you want to come back. Not really the best metaphor, but I thought that was kind of cool how he did it way better than I just described. In fact, I can't remember the exact things, but he said, "Oh, it's like a scorned lover coming back and then accepting him."
Yeah,
really.
It's a good metaphor for sure.
I should look that up, man, for his sake. But the Clutch Points website pops up so many interstitials. Maybe I'll do reader format.
What you doing?
All right, my bad. Go ahead, Brett.
No, I can understand from.
It's taking forever.
From Klay's side, though, and from a lot of other NBA players, like expecting to be, treated like what am I taken care of like a legend, right? Like Kobe didn't really have to, Kobe is at a whole different level in terms of what he meant to the Lakers during that final contract negotiation. But like, look, man, they changed the rules to try and stop us from winning. The whole league changed the rules and gave up money because of the way we built our team. You know what I mean? Like, so I get why the Warriors can't really just do that, because it's not just money anymore either. It's like
Right.
draft picks and
Why I look at
mid-levels and
I wonder if Klay's representation doesn't have that skill.
I mean, we'll have to see what they do get done. I can't imagine signing an offer for Klay where he gets less millions than points averaged. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
that's
like,
a good one. Wow.
don't you think he's averaging what, 17, 18 points a game?
Yeah.
I mean, and leaving the Warriors for that amount? Well, I mean, if you're going to take that amount, why don't you just stay on the team, bro?
Exactly.
We can offer another actual taxpayer mid-level and
In my
open up
two
all this
sermons,
space.
in my two sermons in the last 55 minutes, I failed to mention
Thank you,
that. Thank you.
You failed to mention what? Sorry, Rich?
That if you're going to go for 18 million, we would have gave you that. That's easy. I did the math already. It's in the video for the non-taxpayer level. Like we can afford you up until 24 million is my feeling. Like we'll pay you the same as Draymond, maybe 1 million more than that. Like what's a million? But like, dude, you're going to go out and get 18 million now? Or 20?
And to be fair, I'm willing to do that as much as Draymond because, I didn't like saying anything because I understand that Klay's been through a lot with injuries and everything like that. But one thing is, like, if he's throwing a tantrum, we have Draymond on our team. Like, we'll be fine. We can handle a tantrum here or there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's not a problem. That's not a problem for me. You know what I mean? I just
It's expected.
Klay getting critiqued for that for good reasons, like what you're doing, Rich, I think is fair. Klay getting hate is ridiculous for people who still support.
I don't know that he's getting hate. I feel like the Warriors.
You don't think so? I feel like Klay's getting dumped on by everybody. Poor guy.
We're getting more like, what are you doing, Warriors, than what are you doing, Klay? Which is kind of the reason why I did the thumbnail the way it was. Like, more people are blaming Dunleavy or the Warriors in general than Klay.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, where did you see it? Like, because you're not on social media. I'm seeing it on our YouTube channel, and
yeah.
I can't find the wedding or Scorn Lover reference. If anybody can find it, I'm sort of doing three things at once. Brett Siegel. Darn it. I thought it was on here. Better check my email for Sean. I'll be right back. Keep going, buddy.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rich.
Any other comments?
I don't hate Klay. Just as
Bruce. Love it, Bruce.
With Klay?
I don't know that Klay played bad. Maybe you can address Rel.
Oh, where is that?
Okay.
It's way up here.
Use StreamYard. StreamYard isn't too far from the top.
Oh, okay. Got it. Don't understand Klay's side. He's mad because he got benched because he played bad. He can't be mad at no one but himself. Well, I was advocating for trying Klay off the bench. That is first and foremost. I think just the terminology there, it can be a little misleading. You bench someone when you don't want them to play anymore. Or we just can't play this guy anymore in this series. It's just not working. You bring someone off of the bench in the second unit or if they don't start the game, perhaps you might call them six-man or whatever, reserve. But Klay coming off the bench allowed him to get going, to heat up a little bit, because I said this all year long. One of the reasons we played all those clutch games is because we were a really clutch team with the clutch player of the year, the final one during Jerry West's lifetime. But the team took forever to heat up, forever, and that's why we got down so often in the early parts of those games. And the times we did start kind of hot, we kind of burned through a lot of our energy, and then had these up and down roster combinations due to a whole bunch of different stuff. Starting off the year not really trusting Kuminga or Moody and all that, right? But for Klay specifically, I thought that when he came off the second year, I was really hopeful about it, because it was what I was hoping would happen, is that playing against the other team's second unit and getting going with Steph on the bench a lot of the times, right? Because you would alternate the Splash Brothers in and out from one another. That really helped him get in a groove against defenders that are not starters, or against offenses that are not as potent as the starters of the team. So I don't think he played bad. I think it was an up and down year for everybody on the team. I think he took some really crazy tough shots, but he also, just Steph and Klay out there, or just Klay by himself, the gravity out there from his shooting and everything, like the other teams constantly had to stay on him. And I don't think we talk about Jonathan. It's no excuse, but I don't think we talk about Jonathan Kuminga's knee injury enough, because Klay was playing great as a six-man, and Kuminga was playing great as a starter. He got hurt, put Klay back in the starting lineup, and it just threw off the momentum of the team. I think in the final few games, 5 games of the regular season, and the play-in game as well. So final 6, 7 maybe games. I think that was really tough. But I don't think he played poorly in that role. Not at all. I think he was actually really good. 0 for 10 in an elimination game is not okay at all, and I'm not even trolling. That's actually not okay. Yeah. I hate to say that, but duh. None of us are denying that. That sucks. 32 minutes, 0 for 10. Okay.
People have bad games, but you can just go to Joe Verrey's Twitter. He's got plenty of Klay gravity highlights. That's one of the things that he does, is prove people wrong in terms of Klay sucks. Well, actually, here's film evidence that he doesn't, that he attracts people. And Eric G was on here saying, I have it in one of our videos. It's right here with, which one was it? Eric G. I think it was this one that talks about how Klay was the number 2 gravity guy on second spectrum. So drew the most defenders to him. So Eric G talked about that.
I think he was talking about
we're facing
for shooting guards.
Raising deadline.
For shooting guards. Okay.
Or wings or something like that. But yeah, it's still hugely impact, and shot a pretty good percent. It was 39% on catch and shoot threes. Right?
Catch and shoot threes, yeah, no doubt.
Bruce said Drummond to the Sixers, I think. Let's check that out.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Obviously, Joel Embiid backup is the idea. Wasn't he on the Sixers before too?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, see, I think some of this, is something real that said, yeah, he doesn't suck. I want him back. It's just the fact that he's acting all mad when the majority of the problem is his own fault. I can see that.
It's his own fault, but getting mad is his own fault. That's for sure.
Yeah.
In fact, that's true for any human being, in my opinion. But short of being attacked,
right?
But yeah, and I'll be the first. Look, I used to be Klay, man. Take it from me. I wish I could talk to Klay and go, dude. Like I've been in those meetings where I acted a fool, and I was way too emotional. I can name 3 times in my life, but the third time, my dad. See, it's good to have a good advisor. My dad. He's so good at being logical. I call him my samurai warrior because, like, he's a little too extreme, though. He'll go too far on the logic. He's like Lieutenant Commander Data. I've said this before on live streams where he'll process something and tell you something, and it's like feels so cold and so unemotional and that he doesn't love you. But he's actually doing it because he loves you, because that's what he does. He clears.
So he's showing he cares, right?
Ones and zeros. He's going to clear the path for you. He's your samurai warrior. So the third time it happened to me where I felt like I was disrespected, one day I will tell the story because you will be so shocked. The problem is that I can't really tell the story right now because it might be perceived as throwing a guy under the bus that everybody knows. It's crazy. I've already told you too much. So anyways, I've been through that 3 times, and the third time my dad was there. He was there because he's the first guy I called when I felt disrespected. And he said, you got to take your emotion out of it, Rich. Think about this and what you need to do next and take your emotion out of it. You have to take your emotion out of it. But it wasn't really, even then I didn't understand it. It was only really until I started doing meditations that it really, really helped. Because when I started understanding that when you're in that mode, you're in survival mode, it's fight or flight. Do you want to be in fight or flight all the time? I don't think so. And I know that
it's terrible for you. It destroys your
immune system.
Everything, really.
Yeah, bad feelings. I mean, it's Anakin Skywalker. Think of that. That's extreme. It's a metaphor, but some people don't realize that they're in it. It could be the example over and over again is like it could be that your coworker who sits in the cubicle across the room at work. You could have some beef with them, and every day you've got to go see him 9 to 5. He's there. That's so hard in this day and age. We can't do the Alexander Hamilton
cubicle
Burr thing where, we're settling this. We're going to do a duel, which is
thank God those sucked, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody's going to lose their life. I think we've become civilized enough now. So the good news is that we're such a civilized society now that no disagreement that violence is out of the question. Just out of the question to resolve anything. The downside of that,
offensively out of the question.
The downside of that, oh man, is like
it's all this pent up animal rage.
Yeah.
No, but I like I like your dad's take emotion out. It's very stiff upper lip, but that's a very good thing to be able to control. In the right situation. And not all the time. You can't do that all the time. You have to let your emotions out, sometimes. But it is very
like with meditation or other methods that are out there. I don't know that there's another one, maybe like hypnotism or whatever, or just breathing. Get your get your brain out of the beta brainwave state, because in beta, it's fight or flight. You're alert and everything. Get it down. You calm down the brainwaves, and that's when you know, the night of Christmas, not Christmas Eve, because you're a kid. You're looking. You can't go to sleep. You're waiting for the presents.
Right.
Waiting for Santa. It's the day of Christmas or Thanksgiving night. You've had your turkey. You watched the football games. You're with family, and you're like, "Ah, cool, that was great." And by the way, I love my family. Right? That's now you're an alpha, and the key is to get from beta to alpha and spend your life in alpha rather than beta all the time, and know that you're going back and forth depending. And it's hard, man. It's so hard. I actually haven't done a meditation yet between yesterday and now. So I already know. That's why when I texted you earlier, Dean, I was like, dude, I know I might be a little bit off center here with the whole Klay situation, because no doubt about it, you heard me earlier. I am outraged by Klay. I'm stuck in this mode right now. I can't wait to escape this for a while and just calm down from it. I really want to do that, because it's too tense right now. It's like I'm literally upset at Klay right now because I feel like he's being immature, and it's ruining the roster moves of my favorite team, that kind of thing. So I'm in the middle of it right now, but I would love to just, after we're done here, take a break and get away from that, just maybe an hour or something. And by the way, I've got Steph Curry highlights from yesterday at the Bottle Emporium in Benicia. I have a ton of footage, so I can't wait that's my next work assignment. And aside
what a
from
nice change.
See the hook shot that he made on the first try, and there's that, but there's more. There's actually more than that. Not him shooting amazing shots, just the aura of him walking around and being generous with the crowd, and so many Warriors jerseys, and that'll make you happier for sure. I can't wait to do that one.
Yeah, man, it's good to remember to just like, just all the other good things going on with the Warriors, because that's why we're here in the NBA and out there, because God knows you won't find that in the news. Nothing but sadness and gloom, man. Sheesh. Not here though. We try and explore that when need be, whatever the problems are. But just as Rich said, just try and calm down and just try and find a little peace, internal peace and calm and everything like that.
Oh, by the way, I got an update from Sean of Lakers Fastbreak.
Yep.
He's having technical issues, so let me see if I can go help him.
Okay. I hope we can get him on here. That'd be really cool. Klay should focus on his health and game. He's just putting himself to more stress and negativity when he's more focused on getting the right paycheck and all the negativity on social media about himself. Unfortunately, the NBA, I agree with you, but unfortunately the NBA is set up where that is like kind of the reason they get paid so much, really. It's not just it's not the only reason. Obviously, their incredible basketball talent and leadership is the main reason. But a lot of pro athletes will say, "We'll play the game for free. You have to work out and deal with your crap." That's why that's why we want the money, and that's just the way the NBA is set up for every player. Steph way less so. Kobe way less so. The role players way more so. And I wonder if maybe just the pressure of the dynasty is kind of really heavy too. Like if these guys had done everything else except win championships, would there be this much pressure? Probably not. We think about Klay as Al Horford or something like that. Just this awesome player. Who you want to see finally win one. But Klay made 6 straight finals in a row when we had him play. There's 6 seasons from 2015 to 2022 that Klay played in, and we made the finals every one of them, and we damn near won 6 rings. That's a lot of pressure, man, internally, that Klay's putting on himself internally, you know, to live up to that standard too. And as Rich is saying, perhaps I don't know who it is that he's talking to or anything like that. Rich hasn't told me. I seriously don't know, but it feels like they didn't pick the best negotiating tactic. But who knows? I guess we'll see. You know, I mean, I guess we'll see. But that combination can be very stressful of all those things together.
I just saw. I just stumbled upon a tweet on Paul George. Good one, by the way.
Oh.
So somebody's saying, "I'm baffled." I guess he's a Clippers guy. I'm baffled by the Clippers. Why would they not give him the 4-year deal, especially when Kawhi is at that level? And the response to that was that because then you're on different time scales with, as you can see in the back, you're on different time scales with Kawhi and Paul George. You want them to kind of be on the same time scale. 1, 2, 3.
So you're talking about they all come off the books in 27, right?
Yep.
They're about the same age, aren't
it
they?
causes problems if you don't do that.
Hmm.
Which is probably a reason why we're not like rushing to sign Klay for 3 years guaranteed.
But that would bring him out to where Draymond's at, right?
Okay, never mind that thought. Yeah, I was thinking Steph the whole time, but
24. Yeah.
Steph is a
Well,
given. Steph will be a warrior with us, trust me, right?
and Wiggs too in 27 though. Yeah. Well, I think it might be a little like, hey, if Steph wants to we're going to try and, you know, hopefully not have him retire in 26. Hopefully he doesn't go from making $60 million in a year into retirement.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll still have Wiggs and Draymond at least. And, you know, I guess maybe the Klay thing would be 2 years and a player option, just like these two are, if we were to re-sign him, which everybody thinks isn't going to happen, I guess. But
now I could see Klay and his representation going, nah, let's see what the market gives us. Maybe the market gives us the 3rd year guaranteed. Okay, go ahead. And then maybe it is 4D chess where they're going, okay, we're doing that. And then you pretend you're really upset at the Warriors. And then maybe we can get the Warriors to drive up the value. But I think it's backfired because now, as I said, there's talk about maybe they just didn't anticipate the media to make it a huge thing. But I do think the media has influence here. So, I mean, I think a GM could go, well, everybody's saying when he's thinking the media is saying, everybody's saying we can get you on the, well, he's not going to say this to Klay. He's going to say it to his own people. Hey, everybody's saying that we can get Klay at the non-tax mid-level. Let's offer that to him and see what he says. Maybe he bites because he's so pissed off, right? So I don't know I don't know that this is 4D chess by Klay.
we do have to see what actually happens, not what seems like it's going to happen. But I basically agree with you, you know. And I also think that there are certain segments of the media. Media are like referees, right? Whenever anything goes wrong, you blame them. Whenever anything goes right, you don't notice they're around. But
Good one.
oh, thank you, Rich. I try my
Did
best.
you already know that one? Like you've always.
Oh no, it just made a connection because I was about to complain about the media. just like I'm complaining, just like I
Dean
complain
reaching
about
into his bag. Dean with the Jordan Poole reaching into his bag.
Oh, that's like 22 Jordan Poole, I hope, right? Yeah.
He still has that. He's just in the wrong environment.
He does, man. Yeah, and he's young. He's young on a bad team. Basically, you know. No offense to the Wizards and everything, but I think their fans probably agree with that too. which is baffling. And Washington, D.C. is actually a pretty cool town, and it's really big and obviously very important. How is their basketball team like a small market? I don't. Anyway, the refs.
Oh, can I
No,
just
the media.
say about refs? Yeah.
Yeah. No, go
Yeah.
ahead, Rich. Yeah.
No. Finish that one because we were talking about that. I have a
I'll-
total stumbled upon a tweet. You know, it's nothing major.
Okay, gotcha. But I want to hear what it was in a sec.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, it's nothing. But yeah,
I do kind of feel like the media has been salivating over, the breakup of the dynasty and the Warriors dynasty is dead, and do they trade Steph Curry now? They've been salivating over that for years, and I think that's really sad. Seeing what they did to KD, it's not just the Warriors. Seeing what they did to Kobe and Shaq as well, which is all this is also on the team. They don't have to act like that. Seeing what they tried to do with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, and what they will do in the future with those guys. The kind of rhetoric around Jokic, and the MVPs, which isn't quite splitting it up, but it's like, pitting Embiid and Jokic together, and also trying to delegitimize Jokic's obviously, I think, pretty well deserved MVPs, at least if you're looking at individual performance. That's not all the media does. That's not I don't want to go around hating on reporters because they get enough hate already, just like referees. But that has made me pretty angry, and I feel like if you do that for long enough, it's gonna start driving wedges in between players.
Oh,
and
KCP.
I'm tired of it. Yeah.
KCP just got signed for $22 million. There's your number.
Where?
There's the comparable for Klay, and it came down less than the $24 million that we offered you, bro. Oh, gosh. Where do you end up? I don't even know. He's headed to Orlando Magic.
Wow.
Oh,
Interesting.
thank you,
So
real Justin Alinia. My bad.
Real Justin Allen. Oh yeah. Yeah. Amazing.
22 million. There's your benchmark.
Yep. Which is what I was hoping to offer Klay, the Warriors. Not me. I don't have that money. What I was hoping the Warriors would offer to Klay, around that number, right? But yeah, it was 22, 24, 26, 28.
Look, you're an NBA GM.
Mm-hmm.
You go, okay, so what's Klay worth? He's definitely not worth 22 million because KCP's younger, he plays better defense, and he's maybe a little bit less than Klay shooting wise, but it's still elite by NBA standards. So I would put Klay at no more than 20 million, preferably 19, just for the marketing of not being 20. That's my total blind guess. It could be as low as 18. Probably not. I would say 19 million. I wouldn't feel comfortable with being in the 20s. Now that KCP is at 19, but I could be wrong. That's.
I totally understand what you're saying. I was kind of talking about like before free agency and everything. We were on here talking about 100 million. Yeah. Yeah. And
oh man,
for 4 years, and I honestly, here's the funny thing.
Yeah.
If Klay got signed for that a few days ago, and all this happened, you go, oh, well, might have overpaid Klay a little, but we're okay with that. But it's hard now to come back and then sign it later, And the inverse kind of happened with Tyler Hero, his contract, and the Jordan Poole negotiations. It spiked it up. You go, well, it would have been a good contract before. Poole would have probably been fine with it. But now that Hero signed for 136 or whatever it was, 138, something like that. Well, now Poole has to get somewhere around there, right? And I also think that probably means the Magic are not going to get Paul George. I don't know if that means he's going to the going back to the Clippers, or to the Sixers. With at least, I don't know about trades, but with cap space, right? It seems unlikely. So if it's Paul George to the Sixers, there actually might be a lot more. There might actually be a lot more like, okay, well, maybe we should sign with the Warriors from Klay Thompson's camp, which I didn't think.
That is good news, yeah, for those of you still hoping. This is, I guess.
Yeah. I know everybody says it can't happen, but what other team can offer Klay?
One team is off the board. Philly, OKC technically. But he wouldn't want to his role would be off the bench with OKC. So I think OKC is out.
Let's see. Shea.
Let me pull up their salary chart.
Caruso.
By the way, now that I've just posted this comment, go check out this one here. It's longer, but don't feel bad if you just want to read a couple pages. But I said one negotiation tactic Lacob has is to get Draymond in the room and have Draymond say, "Hey, Klay, I'm gonna get on you." All right, maybe it's not a good negotiation tactic, but I guarantee you Draymond's going to remind Klay he could have signed for 2 years, 48 if he signs for less than that this upcoming year in another uniform.
Well, like you're talking on the court, like
on
while
the
they're
court,
playing.
basketball, taunting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think right now it's in that into Klay's camp. Like, sign with us, or else we're gonna have Draymond make jokes at you, Klay. It's hilarious. I love it, Rich.
Oh, it's a 3 year, $66 million.
I could see 3 years. Yeah. Okay. So it's straight up 22 each year, or something like that. Wow. Yeah.
Don't know.
Might not be exactly 22 million.
Also, we should take a moment to celebrate. Denver just got worse by a quantum leap. They got worse.
Well, KCP and I know Reggie
player.
Jackson wasn't huge, but he was good in their playoff run in 23, and both of them are out.
So celebrate that a little bit, guys. Yeah, Denver's not as good.
Yeah,
I don't think they
can get better too.
Much better unless they got something up their sleeve. But
gee, I don't know.
Good on you, Christian Brown. More PT for Christian Brown. We like him. He's solid.
Yep. Yeah.
Theoretically, I mean, who else is out there? Oh, actually, Klay could go to Denver. We forgot to mention that. That's in the. You want to read about Klay to Denver? That's cool as well.
He's not going to take the taxpayer mid-level or non-taxpayer.
No,
sorry. Well, they can't offer a sign and trade, but for who?
Well, then let's go through the exercise. This will be the first one since Sean Grice is apparently not coming on board.
Let's look at that's good.
So what?
See, I was nervous and then I scared him off, man.
MPJ, we can't. It's going to have to be Klay and somebody else.
We can't really afford MPJ. And
you're
hard capped at the first apron, right?
Okay, let's do the math.
I had this.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I had a website open to check on it because I can't remember if you're hard capped at the second or first.
First. Or you wouldn't want to go beyond the. We are hard capped at the second.
No, I know, but for sign and trade.
Oh, it's at the first. I know that for sure.
Yeah. So Denver, how are they gonna fill out their roster if they do that? How could we accept any of their? I guess Aaron Gordon.
Oh, okay. Say that one more time. How could they do it? They're capped at the first apron, right? So let's scroll down.
And they need to fill out their.
Well, you can do vet minimums here.
That's for next year.
Oh, they got to pay. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I keep looking at because Hoops usually isn't updated, but
Yeah.
175. So yeah, just straight up do a straight up trade. They're below the first apron. So Michael Porter Jr. for Klay and somebody else to match 35 million, right?
What I'm saying is I don't think the Warriors can take on 35 million, and Klay's contract wouldn't be that large, right? So it'd probably have to be like an Aaron
Klay and
Gordon.
somebody else.
Huh?
That's why I said Klay and somebody else, not Klay alone at 35.
Can you do a simultaneous sign and trade and a trade with another player? That I don't know. I don't know that. I think probably you can.
Just straight up trade Klay and another guy on the Warriors roster for Michael Porter.
But that's a sign and trade for the Nuggets.
Right. They can do it right now. They're 175 million.
Right, but I'm not sure if you can combine other guys in sign and trade or not.
Oh, first apron rules? I believe so. You have to be a second apron for that.
Okay.
That's the thing about the second apron is, you can't aggregate. It has to be straight up player for player, which is why you never want to be in the second apron.
I agree.
So what are two guys that would add up? So Klay can't be more than 22 million, and it has to be fair. Nuggets wouldn't want to pay him more than say 20. So who's a $15 million guy or 16?
I guess Looney and GP2.
Yeah.
But what? Here's the thing: the Warriors don't have to do that, right?
We don't have the best. We don't have a lot of guys. Yeah, all of our. It's funny because like you want this, and then when you want to make trades, you don't want this. But like all of our young guys who are good, they're all making good low salaries.
Oh man, that's why I was so interested in marketing. I thought CP3 could be a really interesting piece alongside of that. But he's making like 18 million. He's probably trying to get an extension done, and then I was looking at this website saying that they add money and then
we're gonna go on the marketing tangent. I don't know.
No, it's just that young. That's why it's interesting having young players, right? Is because their value's so high and their money's not that high. But it also makes it, as you were saying, a little harder in terms of if you're trying to target another team's player to add their salaries together. So
it is.
Yeah.
I don't think you can plan for it. But so PJ, so then you'd have to. What if Klay was only at? What's 17 million minus? It works. It works if it's Klay, Gary, and Kevon. Klay at 18 million. Klay at 18, Gary and Looney at 17. There's your 35 million for MPJ. Would we do that? Poll time.
Yep, please.
Would you do
107 people, man.
Trade MPJ? Would you not trade MPJ? Would you trade Klay, GP2, and Loon for MPJ? This is legitimately a 50-50 question, I think.
And thank you, Kimbo, saying Denver plans to offer 4-year, $209 million extensions to Murray. So MPJ's contract.
Oh, we forgot about Murray. My bad. We got to factor in Murray. My fault. Yeah, you're right, Dean.
Maybe a little bit with us with and Moody too, I think.
Jamal this year is at 36. Okay, we're good. We're good. This is still possible. Klay for Klay, GP2, and Looney for MPJ.
What's their total salary for next season?
Denver?
Yeah.
175. So they're $4 million.
129 next season plus.
129 next season.
210 about 4.
Oh, can they afford him long term? Can they afford Klay next season? Right?
Yeah, because it's 52, almost 53 million.
They can afford him now. They can put him on the books now, but where will they be next season? Yeah.
With the Murray alongside the Murray.
209 million.
Yeah.
Is it
about
even?
52.25. 52,250,000.
Oh, 52 blows them through the first apron, and you only got 8 million to go. Oh man, they would be second apron big time. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
I
not
think
doing
even with an increase in the second apron about up to 10%, they'd still be pushing it. What were they, 128 point something?
They were 129. If they did this, they would need team option on Klay for the second
That's
year.
$200 million basically with Klay at 18. So
Oh,
thank you, Kimbo. That's
forgot to
great.
mention
You guys are the best, man.
guys in the poll. So the poll's a little skewed now because transactionally it doesn't make sense. Out.
This is what my brain is like every time there's an off season. It's like, oh, that's a good one. Oh no, wait.
So Klay at 18 million plus GP2.
Hey, we already got 30 votes. Please splash the like button. There's
Plus
like 100 of
Looney.
you, and we got like 30 likes. Unless unless you're all rooting against us, but why keep watching?
So probably won't happen because Denver will sign Jamal for 209 over 4. And did they blow through the second apron next year?
I don't know what the second apron is for next season, but they're damn near $200 million. Yeah.
Oh man.
Although I guess if they traded MPJ, they would have Loon and GP2's contracts off the books.
True.
But they would still have to sign other vet minimums or whatever.
Oh, you know what? It's still doable, right? It's still doable.
Yeah.
I'm glad for the sake of the poll.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still do. I forgot. It's not
It's
straight
just
up.
a lot of money in some
for Klay.
concentrating than some older.
Add 50. Add 52. And subtract 7. No, I didn't do that right.
Oh wait, no, it was 128. No, that was just with Murray and Klay alone.
So 129 plus 52 is 181.
Yeah, plus 18 for Klay. So yeah, it's like 200 million anyway.
200 million.
199, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's English major math for me.
Therefore, so
and logic.
It's not that they couldn't do that, but it's how many years in a row do you want to do it? So
yeah, it's kind of playing with fire a little bit.
Klay more than 1 year. No, Klay this year, more than 2 years next year. More than, yeah. Klay, a contract for I could be okay if I'm Denver. We could go into the second apron here, but we damn well better win a championship by then, right?
Yeah, that'd be a very win now move for them. And I don't want Klay to go.
But then you'd be stuck with Klay. You'd have to trade Klay out for the exact 18 million, and he might not be worth that much.
And that's a lot harder to do, to trade him out if you're in the second apron, unless you're not getting anything in return. So be somewhat of a rental, perhaps, or you just bite the bullet in Denver.
Ooh, I don't think you bite that bullet. No way.
It's Jokic, though, so I can see them doing it.
Ooh, that's a tough call. All right, let's just think on our side. Warriors. Yeah. Do we want MPJ at the expense of GP2 and Looney?
Oh man, see, I would have immediately just said no. Look at the injuries and all that, but Kristaps Porzingis is haunting me, man. Because I felt like we could have gotten him for like not much, and he would have been great. Now, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't on the right teams to get that out of him, but I don't know.
Golly.
I don't know. I feel like I'm happy that mostly I think my takes in the playoffs have been a little more spot on, but the off season, it's like playing whack-a-mole, this stuff is crazy. Trying to figure out what
I think I would do it. I'm not sure. Just gut instinct, just to change it up a little bit. I guess just to change it up, number one, and then he's gonna get shots. He's gonna get open.
Yeah.
and he's long on defense. Now, what's his defense like, Dean? How would you rate that? Adequate? No, maybe not, huh? Maybe not for the playoffs. Should we envision them playing the Celtics right away? Is that the model that we
The
want?
Nuggets, if we're talking about with Klay,
Evaluating guys that we bring on to the Warriors in these sign-in trades. So
or
look
the
at
Warriors playing the
NBA.
Celtics.
Yeah, do we envision that against, say, the Celtics, or how do we?
Well, I would say first and foremost, you do it against the Nuggets, who I still think are
Okay.
the most dangerous team in the West, because you have, you know, if you can't get through them, the Celtics are twice a year, right? But see, I don't know. You know, I think MPJ has had some. What's it called? Motor, maybe some, not like, you know, motor functions in your body, but like, you know, drive type stuff. You know, on the other hand, he's a insane scorer at times. Although, also in those finals, you know, he had a real, going back to the dudes talking about 0 for 10.
Yeah, he
MPJ had a really bad finals, you know.
Oh, okay.
He did, shooting wise, not playing wise, but shooting wise, yeah.
He does have experience. If I'm gonna counter,
That's true. That's true. You know, and I think he's probably a little bit of a ball stopper on offense, but he has all the skill sets that, you know, that the Warriors know how to utilize. So I don't know, man. I'm split on that. I think I'd rather keep Klay, but that is interesting. It is
And
interesting.
you'd rather find another deal, because if it was that or losing Klay,
Oh yeah. Well, I don't want to lose Klay for nothing. You're right about that.
yeah, I think he'd have to do it.
Between the making a deal and losing it for nothing, yeah, I think I would have to as well.
Yeah, so the poll's a little skewed. I mean, but at the end of the day, yes or no is kind of like, how do you feel about MPJ? And he's not popular amongst Warriors fans. Hasn't always been either.
Why? He didn't. I don't remember anything.
I know, right?
What did he do?
I don't know. Maybe just takes bad shots or something. I don't know.
Nuggets got worse. KCP was the best perimeter defender. Yeah. I mean, they just lost KCP for nothing. Nothing, right? They didn't get anything in return for him at all, other than money. Yeah. What's that quote? Kevin McHale, good old cap space. Put a jersey on him and send him out there when one of us get hurt.
Anything else we missed since I haven't been on Twitter? Bruce?
I don't know. Oh, I did notice something.
Third-year player option for KCP. My bad, Shams.
Makes sense. I would imagine third year is guaranteed, though. Is that right? You know? Any new?
Do not know.
Okay. I imagine it's not. I imagine it's fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
It's just a guess. You mind bringing up the Lakers cheat, Rich?
I tell you what, man. The East is not bad, dude. East is not bad. They got
the West is still better.
Villanova, Knicks, and Orlando's got a shooter now. It's fun, no? I mean, it's fun. I mean, entertaining
good for them.
Watching them on any given night.
You give them a little pat in the head and send them back to their cozy little conference, you know. Oh, look at that Anthony Davis contract, man. I know it's not huge, but 31, 32, 33, 34 years old, he's going to be making $66 million a year.
Wow.
Man. That's just it. What did he do?
Brett Siegel reported Brett Siegel reported that the Clippers wanted Kuminga, which is why the deal didn't get done. So I'm kind of glad. I'm relieved that we're not going to be tanking anytime soon, right?
Well, you would think that based on the way they're treating him, you would think that the Warriors are kind of saying we're all in on JK and Steph, at least as our two main guys who are supposed to score the ball. You know?
Joe Jacob, true to his word on that. I forget when that was. I'm pretty sure he said something to the effect of really, really likes Kuminga. I think it was the Kawakami podcast, but I'm not sure.
Well, Joe Jacob says he really, really likes every, young, especially athletic kind of player that has been brought in. But the actions on the way they've treated Kuminga really, I think, speak quite loudly. Especially coming off a year last year where Kuminga, guy is very quiet in terms of the media. This is like the first and only major news story I can even think of him being involved in. Called out Coach Kerr. Like, I don't know if you trust me and all that type of stuff. And the organization has had his back.
I messed up.
After that.
D was actually asking about LaVine. My fault. I got it confused with my fault. Sorry about that, D. But D Servan in the comments, I just read it as Clippers package. They want JK as part of it. Sorry about that. LaVine package. There's no LaVine package.
I gotta say, man, I feel bad for Zach LaVine because I think playing your whole career on the Timberwolves and Bulls is a little rough. And what I saw, I know it's just a few weeks, but what I saw from him in the Olympics made me think he could actually be the contract's rough, but I think he could be a pretty cool player for a contender. I think all this negativity about his game.
Oh, CP3 Wiggs, yeah. Keep going.
Yeah. Pro LaVine. There you go. Yeah, I would like to see him on a good team.
I'm out of it. You're right. The LaVine package, yeah. CP3 and Wiggs for LaVine, we said no.
We can't give up Wiggs for LaVine. You know what I mean?
There you go. Listen to Dean. Dean, you answer the next comment. I'm not good at this.
No. Man, Rich has got 1,000 things going on, and all of them are for us, So,
good talk on LaVine, though. I'm glad you're showing the other side of it. Yeah.
You agree with that, though, that he might actually be? This is all just based on the Olympics.
This is what we do. We go to the Chicago salary cap table. And the issue isn't anything else other than the length of the contract, in my opinion. That's it. That's really it.
So if it were 43 for 1 year?
He would have been traded already.
Yeah, I think so, too.
2 years, he would have been traded.
Yeah.
The fact is you're locked into him for 3 years, basically, because
he's going to opt in. He's going to opt into that. 48 million,
goodness. Yeah.
So why the Bulls gave him that contract and then tried to get him to leave, I don't know.
I remember that because Sam Amick, I tweeted out that Chicago needed to sign somebody because they have nothing to sell tickets for. And then Sam Amick stopped me in the bowels of probably Chase Center or Oracle back then. I can't remember. He goes, dude, that's just a bad contract. And he's probably right. But at the time, they were so desperate. I can see why they did that at the time. Like, you have nobody on your team. I don't think they had anybody at the time. I didn't know anything about cap tables back then. No, they didn't have DeMar back then.
They didn't have DeMar when they signed LaVine's contract?
I don't think so. I could be wrong. Somebody go look it up.
It's not. I mean, even if that's not right,
had nobody.
It seems like something they would do because I just don't want to have directionless front offices that are that are constantly making stressed out moves, like trading all of our young pieces for Bradley Beal, which some people are talking about.
I think people have learned from Chicago giving Zach that much for that long, and so you're never going to see that again.
Well, never say never, but
Yeah,
I think the NBA is a lot smarter every year to get better.
I just feel like they gave him that contract because they didn't know how they're going to sell tickets. That thought process really, I remember that. It was
That's a terrible way to run your basketball team, but
it is now.
Also,
sure,
huh?
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah,
because now you can use the OKC blueprint and stuff. You're not just get attractive picks and exciting young players and just market it as such.
Yeah.
Back then, didn't have that yet, in my opinion.
Now, CP3 and Wiggs for LaVine and Caruso, maybe that would have made a little more sense. It's just to get the right thing out of LaVine, he needs to go to a contender, and the contenders don't have money, for that. They just don't. Mostly, I don't know. Maybe the Sixers will pick him up or something like that. But man, I got to be honest with you. I love being on here with you guys. I love thinking about this throughout the year. I hate free agency though. I'm losing all these players I love on my team, and I don't know what's going on.
Find another word for HATE.
It stresses me out during free agency of going through all these emotions and everything like that. And it's fun. Everybody's having a good time basically because it's not that big of a deal really in the long run. But it's emotional and you feel like you're losing, people on your team and man. Oh, what a season. Yeah. The Warriors really effed up with Klay, Striker 30 says. Not going to lie. The Warriors effed up with Klay?
We already went through that.
Yeah, I don't.
Rewind. It's the timestamps are in the description, man.
They are. Yeah.
We talked about it already.
But the comments are always live. So just, remember that.
Getting pissed at the team for not coming out the gate without any other offers to see what the level would be. That's just not being a smart businessman.
We shouldn't be getting angry at either of them, really.
Yeah, they are what they are.
Yeah, but I gotta agree with Rich that this is. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. But so far, based on the other contracts, so everyone's like, "Oh, Malik Monk, well, that was an exception that he signed for that contract, at his position, whatever." But then KCP, I mean, it's not that different per year. It's 22 versus 19.5 on average. For one's a 3-year contract for KCP going to the Magic, and Malik Monk came back with the Kings, So at least here's the other thing too. I get that balancing money with years, but you also, and here's where you have to thread the needle too. As a basketball player, psychologically, just dealing with other front offices. And I, obviously don't have experience with that or anything, but just hearing about it all the time and listening to other players talk about their experiences, you want to keep your per year number fairly high, even if it's a shorter contract, right? Because as I think you'll hear a lot of NBA players say, if you're able to look at this topic and hear them speak on it, once you go to being a vet min or somewhere near there, it kind of doesn't matter how well you play.
Iguodala, that was on his podcast.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. and
right.
Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
You know, which I dislike. I think it's crazy to think that way because they don't treat Otto Porter like that. But if you're a star, once you do that, you know, they expect that out of you. So Klay, there is one critique, even if he gets a good contract, even if he goes where he wants, is like, or stays, you know, going where he wants, could be staying too. But it's that, like, man, these players who are younger than you.
Hold on. Oh, sorry. Hold that thought.
You're playing mind games, Rich.
These players that are younger than you.
Yeah, these players that are younger than you are setting the price lower than the $24 million the Warriors offered. Both of them. So that, man, I really like Klay Thompson a lot. I really want him back. You know, this is kind of
negotiation 101. No, go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead. I don't want to break your train of thought.
No, I basically said. Did you say playing 1-on-1?
No.
Oh.
I said this is. You go. This is, and I go negotiation 101.
Oh yeah, negotiation 101. Yeah. I don't know. I would still offer him pretty near the contract we were talking about.
$100 million 4 years.
Yeah, just because I think he could play himself into it. He's a legend for this team.
I do. And then he wouldn't be allowed to pout in year, 2.5, 3, and 4. Like, come on, dude. We're still paying you freaking $25 million, man.
Yep.
Shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Come off the bench.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man.
What else we got in here?
Klay.
Oh, it's not a name.
Hey, shoot though, man. He's
over
proving
till
that.
over.
Huh?
It ain't over till it's over. Bloomer's like, bittersweet ending. Wait a minute, it's not ended yet. I need Klay to sign the dotted line on another team for this to be over.
Yeah,
he needs to. I mean, if this doesn't get spread on social media, I might do it. Klay needs to give us one last meeting. He owes us that. Come on, how can you
at least just to say goodbye to their faces?
Oh, Lord, that would be so Anakin of him to not allow us one last meeting before you sign on the dotted line, man.
Unless it's like, this is what I really want. But he's man enough to be able to handle the emotions, He is. I'm sure of that. Because those are his teammates. It's not the media. It's not, ownership. Like, they've been through it all, together. But we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen.
The poll's going to be a landslide if I said, should Klay give us one last meeting? I think everybody on here agrees.
I think even other teams' fans would agree because that's probably what they want for their own players, See, I don't know if it is a change for the better if he left, I really don't. So that's the other thing. I still don't like all this contract stuff is clouding the fact that Klay is a really good player to have on a team that emphasizes shooting and ball movement and not holding the ball for too long. He just is. He's a good player. Plays an excellent player still. It's just all the money stuff that gets in the way, Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bloomer brought up Klay deleting all the pics of him in the championship stuff. He still has one that has Brate shirt with Warriors gear on it, though.
It's all consistent with him being so emo, but it's It's whatever. No, I wrote about this on the website. It was during a plane ride to Japan. So, you got a lot of time on your hands on that long of a flight. And he got on Instagram to change his profile. Why was he changing his profile? Because it had him in a Team USA shirt. This is confirmed by people in his camp who I've not talked to yet. I purposely don't want to talk to Klay's camp. I'm fed up with them. I might say something mean to them. So I'm staying away right now. But yeah, it was confirmed that he changed his profile pic to the one that he has now, because the previous one had him wearing a Team USA t-shirt. He was just about to train with Team Bahamas. So that wouldn't have been a good look.
Seems like a good idea.
He changed it, and in the process of doing so, did this and that. So I think he was still emo about how it was a frozen negotiation. So I think there's that, but then there's the other thing too.
Like Cobain. I love Nirvana, by the way. That's not an insult, but you know what, man? It's all good. I mean, again, he's not going like Jimmy Butler did with the Timberwolves, or anything like that. These guys are in stressful positions, and maybe this would be good for Klay anyway. Seeing, maybe this wasn't the right approach. Again, I don't know. Maybe he'll get everything he wants. Maybe, we don't know what's going to happen yet. But I guess I've been resisting kind of believing you, Rich, a little bit. Not that I don't believe you, but just like.
Oh, on what?
Just, being emo or making.
Oh, right. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I do too. But it's hard. It's harder and harder and harder to argue with what you're saying.
Yeah, the worst part is that my contact with them, they were emo about. They were emo. My contact with Klay's camp, that person was emo about the fact that the Warriors were looking at Paul George first, rather than all Klay has done for you guys, and you're gonna go and look at Paul George first. And at that point, I knew whatever argument I'm gonna make, you're not gonna hear, are you? Right? It's the Muni Long walking into it's like we tell our bell all the time. Over here, it's on here somewhere with Instagram, where she talks about how J.Cole came into the room and they were talking shit about somebody else, and J.Cole left the room. That was me at that point, even though I did respond. I tried to make a case that there's no debate that maybe shouldn't have said that. There's no debate that Paul George is the big fish right now. He has to be everyone's number one priority. So don't worry about it. But no, it's this, that, and the other thing, and all these wonderful stats. In fact, Klay's stats are arguably on offense taking out the 2-point makes, because Paul George makes a lot of twos. Obviously, he's that versatile.
He's like 48% on his 2-pointers, which is pretty good.
Yeah, the percentages and the numbers and the 3 points made, but you can't go, oh, Klay has 3 points made than Paul George, because I'm like, dude, but Paul George drives to the hoop more, so I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, they were very comparable. I was actually impressed.
I remember reading out his stats and seeing if we should trade for Klay on here. And the reason I did that was because when I actually looked through his stats, I was shocked kind of how consistently good they were. I'm talking like half a block and half a steal every game, so that's, as long as you're counting those as being about equal, which they may or may not be, but that's both of those are, the steals are a little low, but the blocks are pretty high for a guard, and obviously rebounding, things like that. But no, Klay's been Klay's been pretty consistent ever since he came back. There's been a slight decline in scoring, but there's been all these other scoring options and players that we put around him, you know, like Jordan Poole or CP3 or J.K. or, you know, whoever, Wiggins, you know, all the other main scorers that you can think of. Whereas in 2015, 16, 19, you know, it was Steph, and then obviously Klay was by far the number 2 scoring option when KD wasn't on the team or was hurt or whatever. Klay, it's all going to be about the contract is the problem, and a little bit of the over 10, and that's just really tough, you know.
Can I say
The
one more
recency
thing
bias
on Klay's camp? So I actually did not. I decided to just stop it there. So I did the J.Cole thing, left the room because like I could go on and on about how Paul George can defend still in the 7-foot wingspan, but and then Klay has to guard slower small forwards and power forwards. So like one huge thing that we need this year is point of attack defense. Anyway, that was the one thing I wanted to add.
Yeah, no, and I think, you know, I was going to say this real quick about what you just said there with the response. You know, unfortunately, it seems like in the NBA, there's this real strong zero-sum kind of mentality, right? Like, oh, you're getting Paul George, that means that I'm going to have less. And that's somewhat understandable, you know, because players, when you add really talented superstars and everything like that, players, that they generally have to give up a little, you know. But can you imagine if the Warriors could add Paul George and Klay re-signed and everything like if you could help that along, that's not going to hurt you. It won't hurt you. Helping your team get better so that you can have more success, that's not going to hurt especially if you're already established. And I think it's hard though, you know, because in part because athletes get screwed over by so many people all the time. They really, you know, they do, man. There's always someone out there trying to get them. So any kind of like, well, if you give up a little bit, well, what are you trying to take from me? Like, nothing, bro. I want to, you know, as the GM, you're probably telling them like, no, I'm trying to put like really talented pieces around you to help accentuate your strengths and help you with your weaknesses. And like, obviously, that's not going to diminish your legacy or your importance to the team. But all the time, it's almost annoying how often you hear retired players look back, man, we could have won. I should have, you know, I could have done things a little different, but I was young and hot-headed. It's like, okay, but we have the tape now of people saying that for generations. And I don't know. It's like there's a fear of. I'm not saying you should sacrifice too much for the team either, you know, because they're making money off of you. They just are. Whatever an NBA player is making, the team is making more than that. I mean, it's just how that works, right? So. You know, I get that, but I think there's a fear of gee, I don't know, sharing. That's not the right thing because that sounds very selfish. Fear of what's the word for that? Fear of or maybe fear is the wrong word, but just this worry about like, oh well, like why should we add this really good player? Isn't that going to negatively affect me? And I just think that's totally the wrong mindset. And another testament to like Steph being able to put that aside to add KD. That's insane, bro. He didn't care about winning multiple MVPs, like regular season MVPs.
So great.
It's Kevin Durant.
The GOAT, Steph.
Yeah, really, man.
Yeah, that's what, and then again, you know, you could say, come on, Klay, but it's like that's what makes Klay and those types of guys great. I mean, look at Paul George himself. He's looking at what you're not going to pay me as much, or you're not going to be in 4 year like Kawhi. Nah, man. Or really, it's probably we'll give you 3 years, or we'll give you 4 years, but it won't be as much as Kawhi. But we're not giving you 4 years above or at Kawhi because that's too long. And he looks at that and he goes, nah, I'm going to go and see what I'm worth. And that's fine because that makes you who you are. You're so competitive. You're a gladiator. That's fine.
That's right.
But that reminds us how awesome Steph is, man.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Well, people could critique KD for moving. You know, I think Michael Jordan said I wouldn't have done that. But would you have been able, if you're Michael Jordan on the Bulls, to add Kevin Durant? It's not talking about you leaving. I'm talking about you accepting someone in. I think it's way more. It sounds so easy, doesn't it? Sure, we'll just add Kevin Durant. That'll make us great. But like a lot of guys don't want to do that. But you know what? No, it works.
Can you explain
that works?
Because I think you know the details better. But I think someone in the comments needs to know the knowledge of how were we able to get KD.
Well, like what mechanism?
Yeah.
There was a cap spike. Yeah. So what's happening? What happened then is what happened now in some ways, in that there was a new media rights deal, which I think is it's negotiated every 10 years. And so it was probably signed around 2015. And the Warriors were already in discussion with Kevin Durant before they even won that title, focusing on getting him as a free agent, pairing him with Steph. And Steph Curry had some real bad ankle problems and was signed to, the number doesn't even mean anything at this point because it just doesn't. It was like $11 million a year, which was a lot higher than the taxpayer mid-level back then, but it still wasn't that much. And unlike now, they didn't smooth how much the new money would affect the cap. They just had it all come in at once because the players at that point in time wanted this big pay raise in one day that it happened. And so the Warriors with MVP champion 73-9 unanimous MVP Steph Curry were only paying him $11 million, and the cap spike. They also had Harrison Barnes as a free agent, some other guys. So a little bit more money came off. They were able to sign Kevin Durant to basically a max contract, or very close to a max contract. And that's how the greatest team ever came to be.
Yeah.
Klay was cheap too back then. He wasn't on a big contract either, quite yet.
Gosh, yeah. And then shall I just end that whole notion with, guys, we don't give KD enough credit for this dynasty. I mean, the meat of the dynasty was with KD. Everybody knows that. So him leaving,
half and half, man.
He got so much hate when he left.
He got so much hate when he came here too. Poor guy, man.
Outside of Dub Nation.
Outside, yeah.
Claim that they're in Dub Nation. Warriors Twitter.
Yeah.
Like Warriors Twitter should give Klay as much hate for him leaving as they gave KD.
No, they should not have given KD the hate.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
shouldn't get hate for
I mean,
whatever
like,
happened.
if you were to hate KD for leaving, then like, how could you not be as outraged by this?
Thanks for
So,
D'Angelo Russell, the pick that became Kuminga through the Wiggins trade, and for the right Achilles tendon that you gave us in that final year, buddy. Thank you, Mr. Grant. That was real cool of you. Didn't have to do that. So, well, I don't know what these people are talking about, but that's absolutely insane and totally disrespectful for a guy who is also going to get a statue.
literal writers, some of the most famous writers of the Warriors back then, just, oh my gosh, lambasted Klay, not Klay, KD, my bad, and then
Slip.
one of okay, and then Rich Kleiman, KD's business partner.
Okay, yeah.
He
Not
had
his agent, his business partner.
his agent and business partner.
Oh, these both. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Although Kleiman doesn't have a law degree, so I actually think maybe he's not the agent. I don't know, but he's his business partner. Went on a podcast, in 2016. I was doing research on him, and he said, "Yeah, me and KD, 50-50 everything." So true business partner. I loved how KD set that up, and then I went to the KD welcome party. Like, he had a party in San Francisco. I covered it somewhere on the channel. And they had special basketball things from this famous artist. I forget his name. And like because I used to work in Silicon Valley venture capital, all these Silicon Valley venture capital guys were there. And the number one guy, Ron Conway. Go look up Ron Conway. That guy is the quiet billionaire. That guy has more money. He probably has triple the amount of money Joe Lacob, or quadruple, maybe quintuple, maybe 10 times. This guy, Ron Conway, and he's hobnobbing it with KD. I'm like, damn, okay, KD, that was one of the reasons why KD came here. So that was good times and everything. But Kleiman, 2016, after KD leaves, right during that time, he gets Bob Myers on his Instagram Live. It's somewhere on our channel. And he literally says, "Bob, so I don't see why," name redacted, would put KD on the cover of his book to sell. And Bob didn't want to throw the writer under the bus either. But like, oh my gosh, these guys on Twitter were just killing KD. There was a guy, name redacted, used to work for the Warriors, went over to NBC Sports Bay Area, constantly putting up stuff from NBC's, because he was in charge of their tweets. Reportedly, KD is this kind of a bad guy, that kind of bad guy. Reportedly, and I hit him up. Hit him up. I go, dude, reportedly he's a horrible person. And then that's where I wrote in this article on Klay, literally, there's a part here where it says that I've had soured relationships with certain people that are both media and whoever. And, that was an example of Klay souring relationships right now, maybe with Joe. But I think we all can go, oh, that's just Klay. But like, you don't want to go into these things where you're always upset and that you're always like feeling disrespected and stuff. Because I've done that. And it doesn't matter who it is. And I've done that defending KD. And now my relationship with that dude is soured. But I know that dude just really isn't a true journalist, in my opinion. And I just threw him under the bus on that. But I just, like, you're in it for the clicks. Okay, you're doing your job great and everything. So I have my disagreements with people. But yeah, bottom line, why I brought that up, dude, everyone was throwing KD under the bus. It was so unfair back then. Man.
Well, that's one of the reasons I was trying to bring up, like, how everybody's trying to use these athletes, and they're all like lying to them and trying to misdirect them and everything like that. Not everybody that's around them, but it must feel like a lot of people are. And yeah, I don't know. I understand not liking someone and also not wanting to say, even though it sounds a little maybe cowardly a little bit. I can understand being able to bite your tongue because nothing bad's going on and whatever. But if you decide to bite your tongue in front of them, keep biting it when they're gone, please, because it's just not. I don't know. It's just not. I don't understand that. I mean, I don't know who it is you're talking about. I don't know what they said other than what you're telling me. But I can picture the type, and I can picture the hit pieces, And what are they called? Now they tell us. Oh, now they tell us. Like right after playoff loss or whatever, you start hearing about like, oh, this guy was injured. Oh, now they tell us. So, oh man, this is why free agency makes me so stressed out. I just like having a team. Like, these guys are great. Like, I'm gonna root for them and see.
Looking at it like a basketball player, it's all good.
Yeah,
you're probably looking at it as Klay. Klay just wants to hoop.
I'm sure that's a huge part of it. He just wants to hoop, man.
Yeah, so that's part of it. That's probably helps fuel the disgust with the negotiation style. So I give him a break. All right, Lucas is asking we should do this.
Oh, yeah.
Where are we at with all this? Well, we're at 175 minus Chris Paul's 30 million. So we're at 145, Dean. Cap line is 141, so we can't go out and get any free agents, unrestricted free agents, or restricted, really. And
unless there was another trade or something like that, where you opened up, but now you're getting rid of multiple guys for nothing other than a free agent, which is who this year?
Where we're at. Oh man, so we've got to, if Klay isn't coming back, we've got to do a sign and trade. And then if that doesn't happen, then we've got to, they're already looking at moving Wiggs, but he's our best defender. So, oh man, yeah, they've got to do a sign and trade for Klay if he doesn't want to come back.
And this is why I was saying I find it difficult to imagine us improving if he leaves.
Exactly.
So maybe, honestly, Rich, maybe Klay is playing this perfectly.
Ooh, okay. I want to hear this.
Everybody is realizing that, like, with the other cap space teams, right? They're realizing that, that salary that we were talking about is around the right price and everything, right? But Klay is
okay.
Yeah, Klay is
first apron? 170 at the first apron? 145. No. At the tax, luxury tax, you could fit Klay and be under the tax. At 20 million, but he'd probably want more than 20 million.
Well, but I mean, that's about the price right now.
So just get Klay back at some inflated number, because if we don't, he's waited it out, and we have no other choice.
He doesn't have much of another choice, and he didn't really want to leave anyway, right? He was just trying to affect the prices elsewhere, and it helps us go after. It helps us go after.
I figured it out.
A non-taxpayer.
No, I figured it out.
What?
The strategy, if this is 4D chess by Klay, which I'd
love to hear it.
That is okay. The strategy was to wait out CP3. Because when
Yeah.
you lose that, when you finally lose that, then you are absolutely stuck. Because that's the optionality piece. So this could be 4D chess.
And
but
now the leverage is more equalized between the Warriors and Klay, right?
also knowing that Wiggins is hard to move because he's
Mhm.
the best. So maybe his agent knew all of this. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I hope so. I hope it is 4D chess. I don't want to be calling Klay emo. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I would rather it be 4D chess. And we're at a point where, please, just Klay, come back. I don't care. I don't care who else we get. Nobody. Just come
Really,
back.
dude.
So then we would be
We'll go get Kyle Anderson, man. It'd be great, you know.
we would be under the first apron
Uh-huh.
because that's 179. So 145 to 179. That's plenty of space to give Klay something because he's coming back, so we can re-sign him. Can we do
Right.
that? We can go
Yeah.
over the salary cap to re-sign your own guy.
Oh, we haven't given up his cap hold. So
Okay. Thank
yeah.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You
you're
still
so-
have his bird rights.
Oh, I hope it's that. I hope it's that.
I hope it's that too. Because that sounds smart, you know, rather than and if it's not, hey, sometimes you gotta fly
Yes.
into the seat of your pants, man.
And the eBay example I gave at the beginning,
Uh-huh.
setting
Right.
your option, this would fall in line with that. Always upset, always upset. That would force you to make a move because let me think about that. Well, I'll think about that overnight. If this was all the grand plan, whatever it is, ending up with this situation and Klay possibly leaving, that's good for Klay too.
Well, let's see. You can keep the action. And here's the other thing, which I texted you about.
Okay.
The fact that we haven't heard a Warriors offer, and there's got to be one other offer. There has to be one. You can't just show him out the door. You can't do that as reputationally.
There has to be one other offer from whom?
From the Warriors.
Okay.
Right? A counter offer.
Chris Haynes went on TV and said,
oh, did
he thinks they offered Klay low 20s.
Thanks, without saying sources.
No sources.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he wouldn't say who the sources are, I'm sure, but well, either way, here's the thing, man. Since we have absolutely no idea what Klay is looking for monetarily, and since the Warriors haven't made an offer, and since the CP3 thing just came through, and since we're seeing what other players are actually signing for, from Blake Monk a couple days ago to KCP right now, or today. Yeah, what if you just play it out and let the pieces fall, and then negotiate when it.
Who's you, Klay or Warriors?
Both.
Okay.
Where you see where the pieces fall, and then you can negotiate around where the league already is after this big day. And there hasn't been many trades. I thought there'd be more trades, personally.
Yeah, I have no idea. Hopefully Bruce is keeping us. Where's Arbel at? Maybe Arbel's sending me stuff on Instagram and I don't even know it.
Oh, on Instagram.
I need someone to take that role of what's the latest and greatest.
Yeah, I wonder. Let's see.
Chris Paul intends to sign with the Spurs? Oh, wow.
Wow, where is that?
Bleacher
Is that
Report.
legit?
Well, on Instagram. I assume that's true coming from Bleacher Report. They would not do the kid fan page aggregation thing like Legion and like NBA Cartel. Cartel. NBA Dunk Central. They had to change their name because the NBA said, dude, you're putting out all this yellow journalism and you have NBA in your name, you need to change
Yeah.
it. So they changed it to Dunk Central. At the same time, they're like, "Oh, cool, NBA got scared of us," and it's like,
Yeah.
roll.
Right.
Ay. Okay.
Mhm.
If we offered Klay 20 million, would we still have? If we offered Klay, 20.
What are you reading?
Have to unload Looney or GP2
For what?
to get a NTMLE, I believe. No, we're off of CP. Yeah, no, I did that stuff. Yeah,
Well, let's see.
the spreadsheet is in the videos. Hold on. Yeah, it's in my video. I did a spreadsheet thing. Here you go. Videos. Just go, scroll or move the video thumbnails to the part where you can see the spreadsheet. See spreadsheet work here. That gets us an NTMLE. Originally, it was give Klay 24, get off of Looney's contract, and redo GP2. So it might be and or GP2 Looney. So you look at the cap sheet for us, and obviously the only salaries that can be manipulated or moved to get under certain lines, whether it's first apron, really just the first apron, it would have to be Gary Payton or Looney.
I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm just trying to paste this into Trade Checker. See what they say our salary cap would be, having already waived Chris Paul and adding 2 years of the non-taxpayer MLE. So if Klay, is this right? Well, this is before we sign other veterans to fill out the roster. But if Klay were at 22 million a year, just because that's what KCP got, and you added a non-taxpayer, which is about 12.8 million.
12.9, yeah, 13.
Yeah, right. That would be about 78.8 million. So let's see. We would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh no, we would have a full roster, including Waters and Post, our man QP. So, well.
What did you just do? I was commenting.
I put Klay in at 22 million, because that's what KCP got. I added what looks like this year's non-taxpayer at 12.9, as you said, about. And then I don't know. It's probably very cheap for Waters and Post, considering Post was a second-round pick, and I think Waters was undrafted into the
Waters
NBA.
is right here, 2.2 mil.
Oh, it's already there.
Oops, sorry.
So 178 is not terrible. And I also think we have to understand that the Warriors do have to, it can't be all cutting costs here, right? We still want to compete while Steph has healthy seasons, but I think I'd be okay with something around there still. Yeah.
Okay, so bottom line again.
What's the bottom line of what?
What you
How much
just
does
said.
it cost?
Yeah, 22 million for Klay gets you what?
And the
NT
non-taxpayer MLE, that's 178.8 but that's before Waters and Post. Is Post not on here yet, huh?
No, I think
Oh
they
yeah,
got to
because I
wait.
think that's
Yeah.
huh?
I think you got to wait on Post. Plus, he's
CP3
injured.
got 11 million. Oh, let's go! I'm glad to hear that, man. And CP3 with Wemby, well, great, playing under Pop. I love that. I'm happy for him. I really wish we could have made the playoffs with Chris Paul. I can't believe Steph and Chris Paul played together and they didn't make the playoffs. That's really a shame. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Rich. Please, what were you saying?
I'm typing. I'm looking at comments. I'm here and there. I don't know what my last thought was.
Okay.
So go ahead. KCP got 22 million question mark. So is 22 million too low? Do you think?
I think he meant older players. No, I think it's just like that's a lot of money. You know.
Oh, that is a lot.
Well, he's saying older players will see these kind of contracts and feel salty. Like we were talking about, Charles Barkley was making like $2.5–3 million during his playing days.
Maybe it's evolution of the league. I think it's kind of low. 22 million, just overall. Just
percentage of the cap. It's probably pretty reasonable, but that's just a lot of money, man. It's a lot of money.
What do you mean in real life? It's a lot of money.
Yeah, for average people.
I think for a two guard, I feel like they're underpaid right now. Malik Monk underpaid. KCP paid, but I don't know. I don't really know. Maybe it's resetting. I'd have to look at. That's why I recommend people just go look at everybody's cap sheet, and that's how you get a really good feel for all this. Who's another good two guard out there?
Like not a superstar or anything like that.
Shooter. Norman Powell. Clippers. Okay. I think he's that 19 million. 20 million.
Yeah.
All right.
He's 19 this year.
And this is a contract that has been around for a bit. So
yeah.
That's what it is, I guess. That's what it is.
Well, as you said, Norman Powell and KCP and Monk, and this is about where. So actually, we were a lot closer, you and I, Rich, thinking about Klay as applying to the rest of the league's, kind of 3D wing type players around that 20 million range. It looks like then the reports out of I'm not saying for like Paul George necessarily, just because he's basically a point. He's basically a point forward as well. But I didn't. It's funny because the league seems to value athletic 3D wings so much.
Kobe White is on a rookie contract, right?
Yeah, he's going to make more than that. I would think.
Yeah, so he'll make no more than KCP if it's coming, but it's 2 years.
Well, Kobe White's a little different in that he's a primary ball handler. But yeah, I mean, in the role that he plays right now, it'll probably be around 19-20 or whatever the percentage is. Percent of the cap is later on. You know what I mean? Hey, Ryan, he said, "Oh my God, Vic's got a guard. Got a guard to pass him the ball."
Ryan,
I love that move for San Antonio. I'm super happy for you guys.
Bringing us up from San Antonio, in case people don't know who he is.
Yep. Right. Oh yeah. How many people do we have watching? Still 76. Nice. Oh, 46 likes. Okay. Getting close there. He got $11 million too. Good for him, man. Castle's the best player in the draft. Nice. Over Post? Come on, man. Haven't you seen our new center? Look out, Wemby. No, I'm really glad for Chris
JV,
Paul and for
$10 million a
for-
year for 3 years. I guess the Wizards needed a center.
Yeah, I would
The
say
Lakers
so.
couldn't do that. The Lakers couldn't beat that. You're kidding me. I guess they're
The Lakers?
looking to swing somebody else.
Were
Yeah.
they going after excuse me, were they going after Valanciunas? Sorry.
That was the rumor.
Really? Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I would have thought. Well, I guess that's the Giannis Lopez type idea, right, Davis?
The idea is to get Anthony to play the 4, not the 5. That's the idea.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Same with the.
I think the Lakers are scheming on something. Otherwise, they would have wanted JV at $3 million. Meanwhile, JV's like, or $3 million a year. Meanwhile, JV's like, I got to sign a contract, man. I ain't waiting around to get a minimum.
Yeah.
Is that a minimum? That might be a minimum. No, $10 million a year.
Yeah.
Oh, $10 million a year. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Lakers,
30 million over 3.
I read that as 10 million divided by 3. My bad. Yeah. 10 million a year. That's a great deal that you don't pass up if you're JV, I think, right? For a sort of an immobile 5. So
You went to the Wizards?
Hartenstein is not a comp for Valanciunas.
No, and Hartenstein doesn't really shoot 3 like that most of the time.
Yeah, so
Played on the Wizards too.
it's like the comps for Jonas for JV are like, Zubats, those types of guys. So, but Zubats is making a bag, isn't he?
I don't know.
Let's look it up.
I think
This is how you learn. 11 million. That makes sense, right? So, guys,
it does.
That's why you do this exercise. You just go to Hoops Hype. It's the best one. Like, you just use these menus and you go team to team, and you should open up a separate browser window for this while you're listening to us. So now you go, oh, JV, 10 million. Okay, that makes sense because Zubats is younger, and better a little bit and all that. So, and there's probably more comps out there. Can't do Sengun yet. He's on a rookie contract.
Mm-hmm.
And if Sengun kicks butt in terms of stats and Houston makes a playoff run or whatever, you can expect that number to go up. Then he's going to be like, no, I need to get more than Zubats. But when is he due? When is Sengun contract?
Years from now. I mean, he'll be on the rookie level, whatever, for a long time.
Never mind.
Yeah,
He'll get the standard extension. So it's already
that's years away though from
range. Not a unrestricted free agent, right? He'll get the extension. I mean, they could choose to just not extend him.
I don't think they're going to.
And then let him hit the market, but they wouldn't be stupid to do that, right? You want to keep him when he's young. I don't know though. Wouldn't this kind of be set? His extension would be influenced by a Zubats and Valanciunas comparable, right?
I don't think so. No,
because
those guys are
it's a rookie
role players
extension.
And I think, I'm sorry, what?
I don't know. I just don't know what whatever pick he was range is extension out here. We're really going off on a tangent here. That's not related to the Warriors, but
13th, I think.
13th pick
In the Moses Moody JK draft, yeah.
That's one thing I'm not well versed in is
or no, maybe it was 9th?
Rookie scale extensions.
They're all up and down, man. They can be huge or they can be very team friendly or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I did see your comment, Bloomer. Did you hear that Cade Cunningham got a $226 million contract over 5 years? That's
5 years for the Pistons.
Yeah.
It's $40 million a year.
Yep, 45.2.
Potentially a bargain. He is
could be, but that
he's a potentially $50 million player. That dude he's like just this slightly smaller Jason Tatum, dude. That
I
guy-
know, but that's a rookie extension, isn't it? For a
Oh,
guy who hasn't won anything.
what can you do?
Yeah, I know. You're the Pistons too.
It's
What
hard
can
to
you do?
find Cade Cunningham's, man, in the draft
There's
anywhere.
no doubt about that.
You hold on to Cade like for dear life. Do not trade Cade. No way. That dude is awesome. He can do it all, man.
I don't disagree with that. It's just that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. But percentage of cap?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's less than what Steph's making, but that's not fair. Can't compare those two.
I said Cade Cunningham was way better than Devin. Did I? I don't know about that. Nah, they are similar though. I don't think he's way better than D-Book.
Oh no, I think it was about a specific type of jumper. It was like a turnaround jumper, and you're like, oh, is he as good or even maybe better than Devin Booker?
That's not something I would say. Like so and so is way better than this other guy when they're pretty comparable.
I don't think you said way better, but I think you're comparing him to Devin Booker with that. Like it was like a turnaround.
I mean, I was just trying to give Cade his flowers.
Yeah,
there's no.
I didn't think you were dissing
at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to have you guys all on, man.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm glad you're on with us too, Dean. I know.
Thank you, Rich.
It's tiring to get on live streams, so no worries. It's great, and it's hard to get on live. Like Sean Grice is having technical issues with his webcam, so he wasn't even able to come on board. Would have been nice to explore sign-in trades with the Lakers. Why don't we do that? If unless there's anything else to talk about, can you think of? So Vando is, I don't want to say untouchable, but my diehard Lakers fan friend Mark says, yeah, they're not going to trade Vando. So it really just comes down to like Rui or D'Angelo, who's 17 million or 18 million. Rui or D'Angelo? Shall we do a poll? Because that one's fun. It's pretty much 50-50, isn't it?
Sorry, do a poll for what?
Would you rather sign and trade Klay for Rui or D'Lo? Let's see.
Man, none of them.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like you'd rather do the MPJ deal, right? Or
well, compared to Rui and D'Lo, yeah. For Klay?
No, but like you don't want Klay to walk. We're just doing the scenario of that, yeah. Dang,
I don't know. That's the problem with the Lakers. That they don't really have anything to offer us much. Yeah.
Bruce said who's wearing number 11 next year. Dang, Bruce.
Oh, one. Klay.
That's so harsh. It's funny. It's tipped over to being funny. What are you, some dude on Warriors Twitter? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Those guys genuinely, I think. I don't want to get into an essay on Twitter.
D'Lo back on the Dubs, huh?
Crazy, huh? So, okay, first of all, for you, would you rather it be the MPJ deal or would you rather it be with the Lakers? Nuggets or Lakers?
It's got to be the MPJ deal because that's real value in return for Klay.
Yeah.
Even if it's a lot of money.
Okay, that one's easy then. Yeah.
How do we move either of those two to get value back if they're not the guys we want?
I know.
Because I can
right?
see doing that with
Wait,
MPJ.
Rui has value, right? Rebounding.
Rui has value, but not enough to make up for what we would lose with Klay leaving. And D'Lo,
Yeah.
it's going to be hard to get off that contract.
But what if there's
And
no?
I like D'Lo. I was
okay.
cheering for him when he got drafted to the Lakers. But
The other scenario.
With Steph, no.
The other scenario is even an older Steph, though, that needs to be more off the ball, let's say. I don't know.
D'Lo can't defend, man.
Okay.
Not well enough to play next to Steph, and he's ball in his hands.
What about
I don't think.
What about Dallas? Would you do compare that with Kleber and Josh Green? Let's say.
Oh, this is just not for Klay Thompson.
I know, right? But then you wouldn't let him walk.
I don't know. Can we do like a 3-team deal where we get someone good back?
Someone just asked that, and I'm like, okay, I can't do 3-team.
It's not that they never happen. It's just that they are impossible to predict. You can't ever predict a 3-team deal.
I am not going to go search for another team on this hoops hype. Okay, that's what you have to do. Nah, I'm keeping it just 2 teams, and that's all I can handle.
Okay, dude. What about? Can you scroll down a little?
Here?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh, what about a draft pick with that? That's what Mark was saying.
What about Austin Reeves?
No. Mm-mm. He's untouchable. They're not trading him.
He plays the same position as Klay.
Okay. I mean, look, we're talking impossibility because the Lakers aren't doing that.
Well,
he's better than Klay right now, right? In terms of defense and, mobility and minutes, longevity, availability, sort of.
I don't think he's a better scorer, though.
36. They're comparable, but I've been told by a diehard Lakers fan.
Yeah.
He's
untouchable.
That AR is untouchable.
Yeah, I know. They said that about Caruso. These are Lakers fans, man. They'll make a trade for Klay Thompson.
They said that about Caruso as a Bull getting traded, or as
I think they were saying that they don't want Caruso to leave and got to bring him back, and they went.
They don't want Caruso to happen again. That's another thing that makes Austin Reeves.
That's true. That's the other side of the coin.
They are definitely afraid of doing the whole Caruso thing, where they traded out a guy.
Here's the problem playing hardball. I'm the Warriors, right? You think we're not going to offer Klay more than $13 million?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, then what do you have to offer him?
Yeah, it has
You're
to be.
You're going to trade your other pieces to open up cap space for him?
Just like the Clippers wanted Kuminga. Like you can't do the deal. It has to be that equal. And you know what? You want Klay, it's going to cost you Austin Reeves, man.
I mean,
hardball, baby. Thank you for bringing that up. Good point.
They don't really have the leverage
on here. Yeah.
Here.
We would put Sean on the. Yeah. Now, I'm going to text Mark right now.
Mark?
Love that. That's the next poll. Would you do Klay for Austin Reeves? Yeah. I'll answer that. We don't need to do a poll. Klay walking or Austin Reeves in his place? That's the perfect way to. You might even go, okay, Klay, let's do it now. Can we do this yesterday? You might think that.
Well, I want Klay. But.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of going off on a ridiculous emo streak there. Nah, you do want Klay. You want everybody to just get Klay back, and he'll be back to the normal Klay.
I do think there's something to that, by the way, just because I think some guys love going into a contract year and they play great. Some guys, I think, really don't like that. And Klay strikes me as a guy who, the one time that I've ever seen him stressed is going into an extension year after 23 and going into this contract year this year. That's the only time I've ever seen him stressed or ever, because we always talked about him. So I don't mean to go on and on about this, but we always talked about him as a no maintenance type of guy until the contract started getting stressful. So, I agree with what you said there, Rich. I really do. I think if Klay gives the Warriors a chance, based on where all the contracts are, I mean, I think you know, the grass a lot of times is the grass is greener over here. You're the fog that keeps it clear.
Okay.
Klay, Steph, Steve in the room and hug it out. He'll be back. I like that, Starman. Are you Jeff Bridges?
Bruce is disgusted by Klay.
Oh no.
I was all day until I got on here with Dean, man. Seriously.
Oh, you're gonna blame me for everything, huh, Rich?
You always bring me back to the center, which is great.
Oh, thank you, Rich. Thank you, man. You always keep me grounded because I can start to float away into the clouds.
Catching up on the comments.
Yeah, I see that. Red Eyes Robotics. Clay's not coming back. It was reported that he's for sure gone by both Shams and Woj. He's also unfollowed the Warriors. Pretty sure it's over. I can definitely see that, but it's also, and we've talked about this extensively, but it's also just a little. It's just a little weird, you know, that everything feels all set in stone and nothing has been offered by anybody yet.
Right.
There hasn't been a contract from the Warriors or the Magic or the Sixers.
Guess who is drooling by that fact? Guess who's drooling by that?
Oh, I don't know. Me?
No.
No?
The New York Times, aka The Athletic.
Right. Ah, yeah.
They're frozen. They're so cold.
It's the summer.
Like a movie trailer. The Athletic is the movie trailer.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Between
Stop it with
three
all.
good old friends.
I know that writing down in good prose what me and Dean have been saying for 2 weeks now, I know that doesn't generate clicks. But dude, where's the balance? And I don't mean to throw Slater and Kawakami and Shams under the bus.
No, they're great.
They do what they do. And you get a source, like I get. That's the thing, though. I told you I have certain sources out there, but the difference is I don't jump on that and make it an article.
It's not your job to get all the information they're telling you to get out to, you know.
Oh,
like we analyze stuff more.
I am as disgusted by that as I would be with Klay being pissy, and we don't know for sure if he is. You know, it's just could be leaked.
It's all this noise.
Yeah.
I guess it's like it feels like there's a lot of smoke. You can't say that. There's all this noise without anything substantive for months.
Mm-hmm.
Like the last real offer that I've heard, where it wasn't, I've heard that maybe, but like this many years, this much money, was that 48/2, right? And that's just very strange.
Well, but then again, it's not strange. This is free agency. You know, we're figuring out. I mean, there was no number, no offer for KCP until just not right now.
That's true, but there weren't. I mean, I wasn't following it as closely as Klay, obviously, but Klay went from like 35, you know, or how much of the $50 million
estimate by Bobby Marks, and he was way off.
Yeah. But everybody's been way off. Now we're talking about Klay at the. Oh, I almost swore. Now we're talking about Klay at the non-taxpayer, mid-level, and it's just.
Mm-hmm.
If
crazy,
it's just such a wide. It's almost meaningless, right? It's like, should we pay him $60 million or $2 million? It'll fall somewhere in between there. Well, yeah. That doesn't mean that much yet. It's just there's something real strange going on, and I don't know what it is, but I can feel that there's something strange with that. You know? Oh, let's check how the poll's doing. I don't know. Abstain is dominating.
Wow, really? You would think no. You wouldn't do that. Oh, wait, no. The choices between D'Lo and Rui, they both are not popular choices.
Rui more than D'Lo, though. Sorry?
Gosh, no, I'm kidding. Went political there. It's the presidential election. They don't like either.
And no one's willing to change their mind. Yeah.
Lakers would never trade AR for Klay. Yeah, I think the fear of having Caruso all over again. So yeah, we're not sending Klay to the Lakers. No way. You can't. The alternative to Reeves is freaking D'Lo or Rui. So no deal. We're not dealing with you. Let's.
Nothing against those players. It's just not really fair compensation for Klay.
Yeah.
You know? And they can't get him any other way other than the taxpayer mid-level, you know?
Funny thing
non-taxpayer,
is,
sorry.
Man, who would have thought us propping up MPJ like this? Gosh, the problem is he's making too much. But oh well.
Well, sometimes you just got to swing before you see what the pitch is, Rich. Oh, thank you, Bloomer. So me and you are different than these NBA analysts. They always find a way to keep it as me and you have always find a way to keep it as positive as possible. And I love and respect that from these legends. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Okay. Do you want to do the real quick summation for someone hopping on just now? Where are you? Red Eyes Robotics needs the summary of this entire live stream from you. Go, Dean, because Red Eyes is going, Klay's not coming back. It was reported for sure he's gone. And we sort of touched on it in the last few minutes where the media is really, The Athletic loves this. Okay. They're getting so many clicks right now by saying talks are frozen. So
I actually already responded to that one. And that's why I brought up the something seems a little off with all the contract negotiations and stuff. Yeah. I might have read through the question a little quick though. Maybe I don't know, mumbled it or something. Sorry about that. But
who said the stuff that you mentioned that we bring the positivity? Where is that?
Oh, that was Bloomer.
Bloomer? Cool.
Uh-huh.
Screenshot it. Where are you?
Let's see. 605.
Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, timestamps on the comments. Beautiful.
Yep.
Oh, there it is.
Took us a couple of years to remember that. That's all good.
Got to stretch your neck a little bit here, Dean, to get the right thumbnail. All right, 1, 2, 3. Sooner or later, I'll post these on social media.
Yeah, cool.
We're doing good on the marketing side naturally. Thank you, YouTube, for having 111 magic number on 111
or 11-1.
So we have concluded we don't think a deal with the Lakers is going to happen. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all. Sorry, Sean and Mark, you might be listening.
Well, hopefully soon we'll be able to get them on to respond a little bit. And like, I don't think you guys really understand how great Rui is and the type of player that you can put next to him behind Jonathan Kuminga. What do you mean behind? Oh yeah.
Man. We got to screenshot this too. Ready?
Uh-oh.
Ready, Dean?
Good.
And 1, 2, 3. Just us. Oh man. Who would have thought, dude? Honestly, before we got on here, Dean, I was just kind of like, oh man, I got to go up there and tell him how disgusted I am with Klay. And, I just had this sort of like, Anakin streak going on.
Yeah, I was not looking forward to this one either.
Yeah, you could feel it from my text before this. And yet here we are. We're going through all the motions. We're going through the process. That's what you do in basketball. You go through the process. That's why I don't
Talk it
think
out,
the
man.
NBA is best consumed just with social media comments. You don't get the chance to just think things over and discuss and have the discourse. And, you know, us figuring out that dealing with the Lakers really makes no sense on any of the scenarios. They're not going to want to do Austin Reeves. Look at that contract. It's too awesome of contract. And they're fearful of the Alex Caruso thing where you gave up a 2-guard. He's gone now, and so hard to get another one to replace him alongside LeBron. So we're not dealing with the Lakers. I am like 100% confident Klay is not going to be a Laker. And if he is, then fine, I'll take the L. But at least I feel good about it right now. Like Klay,
well, I mean,
$13 million non-tax. Come on, Klay.
What's their total right now? Because they don't have
127. Yeah, so they're well under the tax, the first apron of 170, whatever.
And that's without LeBron. That's without LeBron's contract, though.
You know what overrides the LeBron thing is that Keith Smith and all of the cap experts, when he said he would take a pay cut yesterday, they already did all the calculations for us. That's why I don't need to go to my spreadsheet. Keith Smith already tweeted that LeBron would give them the ability to go get the non-taxpayer mid-level, and the pay cut would be $16 million. So LeBron would take a $16 million pay cut, which is like $50 million becomes 34, something like $34 million, and that would give them the non-taxpayer mid-level. So it's the non-taxpayer mid-level that they can give Klay or sign and trade with us. We just did the analysis. Sign and trade with us makes no logical sense at all. Therefore, only avenue for unless there's a 3-team trade. Okay.
Well, it might have to be LeBron just taking way less money if they want to sign Klay for more than that. And that now you're putting pressure on LeBron to take less, like even less than the 16 million cut that he already said, you know.
And I saw a tweet from one of the Lakers writers. They've got to get this deal they've got to get this deal with the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. Use that ASAP because LeBron's not going to go to USA camp next week, which, by the way, I'll be at.
That's right.
I'm going to be covering Team USA next Saturday.
Yeah.
Be there. We're going to go live. I haven't thought about it, but, you know, I'll come up with a strategy. We'll come back live one more time before then, midweek, whatever. Maybe it's Tuesday with Caitlin Clark playing, do a watch party. I don't know. Guy is playing for Brazil, so I'd rather do a watch party of Guy. Nice. We'll broadcast that on I'll get away to broadcast that on Twitch, maybe, if he's playing at a reasonable hour. And then the backup to that would be maybe Caitlin on Tuesday, maybe Thursday, who knows, whenever she's playing. Because there's nothing
great.
But anyways, USA. So LeBron needs to get this all done before USA camp. So stuff is going to happen. Stuff is going to happen soon.
It feels like the finals ended yesterday and about 10 years ago, you know? Oh, maybe a year ago. It's crazy that we're already going through this right now. Basketball doesn't stop, though. Yeah, it's crazy.
Look at Bruce's comment. Hilarious. I do want to joke around with stuff, though. So send me more examples. In other words, email me, rich@letsgowarriors.com, dude. Send me something that you know, I can't get a jersey. I'm not buying no number 11 Mavs jersey just for that. Heck no. No, but that'd be funny to do something.
Kyrie's jersey too. So people just be confused, you know.
True. Oh, we just talked about that, Starman.
Notes. Description.
The poll suggests nah to Rui. My Lakers fan expert says Vando is sort of untouchable. They would never do that. So Vando and Reeves. I mean, look, they've got a pretty good roster, honestly. Anytime you have Davis and LeBron, I know they've been stuck in. I mean, Jared Vanderbilt was injured for a good portion last season, so we didn't see them at full strength. But yeah, to go out and have
really in on him too, man. Really in on him.
They got $13 million to go find another free agent to add to this. That's a pretty good position to be in.
Yeah, they didn't lose LeBron either, which I don't think was a huge possibility, but it was a possibility. And now the son's on the team. Like, he's not leaving. So. I know, right? Kyrie already wears number 11. You can't come down. What do you mean, number 2?
Do we want to talk about Wiggins? Talk about Wiggins, Dean.
Oh, man. Yeah, there's all these different scenarios. Before we know what's going on with Klay, I find that kind of hard to predict. Although it seems like the Warriors have been pretty heavily into discussions about moving Wiggs, which is unfortunate, because I wanted to talk to Rito Seymour, man.
Maybe we should do a poll. Yeah, let's move on. Let's do another poll. Because the poll I want to do is let's see. Who has more of a chance of leaving, Wiggins or Klay? Is that a 50-50 type poll?
I mean, I think people will say Klay right now, but I'm not sure that's quite as true as we might have been led to believe.
Why not? There's nothing else to poll.
Yeah.
Right now. Who is more likely to leave between the two?
What does I vote for Klay? What does I vote for Klay mean? Vote for him to stay or leave? Hey, it's becoming like a Clash song, man. Should I stay or should I go? You know that song, Rich? I like that.
See, I think it's a thinly veiled poll in that. Do you have any belief that Klay will still be a Warrior? That's really the poll. So it's a pop quiz, really. Professor Rich giving a pop quiz. What are you supposed to answer? Nah, just kidding. You can think what you want, but I hope we gave you enough reasons to like logically and just positively think that we can get Klay back. I really do think it's a possibility, especially when we look at that 4D chess of, oh my gosh, we waited it out until Chris Paul was waived. So now we're in a situation where the salaries might make sense to bring him back and say, oh yeah, come back for $24 million. It's a better offer than you're getting out there, and we can handle it. We lost Chris Paul. He's off the books, so yeah. Was it 4D chess?
You deserve it, being a legend for us compared to being just a free agent for everybody else. Even if they say you're a Hall of Famer, like we have that. Dunleavy is less like that than Myers, but also
we'll still get to see Klay at Chase Center during the All-Star weekend, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I love that. I love that idea.
This is a great reminder. We got to screenshot this.
Boy.
Nobody leave yet because we got 111. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, screenshotted with 111. Perfect. Awesome. Sorry, I interrupted you. Keep going.
Oh no. It's great. It's a great point. I think Splash Brothers versus she said Sabrina and Clark, right? Kevin Clark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That'd be prime time. We put it after the dunk contest too, just to make sure the night goes well. We have the All-Star game in Golden State this year, don't we?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Dude, I got to figure out who to send.
Why not Klay?
No. I mean, from Let's Go Warriors.
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'd love to send Klay to represent Let's Go Warriors at the All-Star game. Why not?
Hell yeah.
Or All-Star week.
Give him a little GoPro.
But I've already decided I'm not going. It's too hard, man. I'll go to USA camp because that's like the last USA run for Steve and Steph. It's sort of different.
Yeah.
All-Star weekend, man. I gotta find a good reporter for that. I would say in the running right now would probably be Anthony, but that's up to him. And I don't know. If Anthony wants me to crack a whip on him, okay. But he's done a really good job. I don't know that people want the demands that I'm going to demand content-wise for that week. It's going to put a lot of pressure. I mean, whoever goes will have too much adrenaline to care anyways, but I'm going to expect a ton. Like, you go here, there, and you stay up till midnight sending me all the stuff. Sorry. You're going to freaking All-Star game. This is like, it's mind-blowing, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Anthony did a great job last year.
Knock on wood that we get a credential. Like, you've gone to Utah. I've had Rebecca go to Charlotte. I've had Anthony go to Indianapolis. I would be shocked if they denied us for whatever reason. So someone's got to fill that
for our hometown.
I know.
Hometown team.
You never know. It
is the Warriors. It is the Warriors, and San Francisco, obviously. Oh man, this is not a huge deal, but I wonder when the last time there was an All-Star game in San Francisco.
Never, maybe? I don't know.
Kind of been never. Team's been
actually around. It is never, because where's the Cow Palace, Dean? You should know this.
Daly City.
Oh my God. Oh
yeah.
Dean, bad out. Oh my dude. I used to live right by Cow Palace. Not like right by it. Drive 7 minutes and I'm there.
I think the Warriors had to do.
It's not a good place to have basketball. Not a good place.
I think the Warriors had to do a 1-1-1-1-1-1-1 or whatever it is, however long it went.
Shut up.
When they were in the finals, because the Cow Palace was booked for the Ice Capades or something like that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was something insane like that.
Encyclopedia Dean.
And they're called the Golden State Warriors rather than the San Francisco or Bay or Golden Gate Warriors because they tried to play a couple games in San Diego. And so they claimed the whole state. Yeah. Absolutely crazy.
That was kind of genius by Franklin Mieuli, the previous owner, was it not?
Franklin Mieuli, you know the name. Wow, I don't know his name. Nice.
No way. Everybody knows that.
I don't know that. I don't live in the Bay. Let's just read about this stuff, Rich, or listen to you.
Where the heck is, what's the timestamp on the All-Star Caitlin Clark comment?
Oh yeah, let me find that.
No.
Where you at, Katie?
Katie, my bad. Katie.
Where's your
is it way up there?
Comment? No, let's do that. In a second.
Lost it. Sorry. And I broke your train of thought.
Oh well. Chains are only as strong as the weakest link, Rich.
What happened? Did you retract it?
Oh, I hope she didn't. That was a great idea. Well, let me look for it on YouTube.
Maybe she didn't want her name out there. I am looking at it on YouTube. No, but it would still be there if it was on StreamYard.
Yeah. Well, let's say like retracted.
I can't find it at all.
Well, we have the.
I want to copy and paste that into the comments, into the timestamps.
Where the hell did it go?
Oh well, maybe she had a reason. anyways,
There's something I wanted to say, but I can't remember what it is now.
okay. What did it have to do
Well,
with old
what were we
Warriors?
talking about before the
Cowbells?
Cow Palace and the Warriors have their own?
Like with Mieuli?
No, it's before that. Now I'm just trying to find Katie Boyd's.
It's not there.
How did it disappear?
She retracted it.
But it would. I mean,
She has her reasons. I don't know either. But
no. But wouldn't it show up at least as retract? I don't mind if she took it down. It just should.
no,
say
you
that-
cannot look at a retracted one. It says message retracted, but it's in StreamYard because StreamYard doesn't have the ability to do that. So if you scroll up on StreamYard, it's definitely going to be there. I just can't copy and paste from the StreamYard the text. It's undoable. That's the problem with StreamYard on those.
Oh, I found it. It's 6:16.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Katie. That's it.
See, I didn't even know that they had a game in San Diego back then, and Franklin Mieuli changed that. Dude, Anthony Slater's on NBA TV. Let's see.
Yeah.
Brook Lopez would be an intriguing trade target.
Brook Lopez.
But they kind of like going cheap on the center. Trace Jackson Davis is on a cheap contract. They just drafted the center 52nd overall. So to me, I think the search would be wings or, kind of maybe scoring guards, but bigger guards, ideally. But, I think the market post Paul George for them is a little bleak.
Transitional moment for the Warriors. Anthony, appreciate it as always. Anthony Slater from the porch.
Ah, crap. I
and
missed
the
it.
Athletic. Good
Hold
to
on.
talk to you.
I'm going to rewind. Oh,
Yeah.
man. It's not giving me a preview, so I don't know how far it goes. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, cool. Oh, nice. We got a lot of Slater. I'm going to put Slater on. Dean, can you do me a favor and catch up on the comments and comment back to people? And then I'm going to use the restroom. Or you let me know when you need a break as well. And here is Slater from the top. Play.
For the Athletic and with us here on Free Agent Fever. First things first, we're
Put it in the
talking about
notes.
Thompson's exit as if it's a foregone conclusion. That doesn't have to be the case. Is there any chance Klay is back in a Warrior uniform next season?
Not from my understanding, no. This was being told to me 2 weeks ago it was over. And I was cautious with the reporting of it and that it was trending that direction and that, there'd needed to be some type of reconciliation, but there'd probably be conversations. The Warriors did intend to, come back to him after some other planning and lay what they felt like was a competitive offer on the table. But what has been made clear from Klay Thompson over the last few weeks, and it's certainly in the last few days, is he's ready to leave. He wants to depart. He plans to depart. And the Warriors have been told that, basically have been told goodbye by Klay. And they're trying to, maybe it's a sign to kind of help him get some more money on his way out the door. But this is happening. Klay very, very likely is leaving Golden State.
Reportedly, he turned down a 2-year deal last summer worth $48 million. It seems he's going to get less than that on the open market right now. How much of his decision is based on emotion and the fact that he couldn't get a long-term extension there and, maybe hurt feelings because he was sent to the bench, those sorts of things versus market value and what he can get there versus what's out there?
There's a long list of reasons, and I think it goes back even to his injury rehabs. But you mentioned, I think, how the extension talks went last year. There's still, I would say, both sides don't necessarily see eye to eye on how that offer came to be last summer and how firm an offer it actually was. Into the season where, Klay really up to this moment has felt a real coldness from the Warrior side of things, kind of in a disingenuous, belief that he was part of their future firmly. And then you mentioned it, bench last season, had a rough season, got, like a rookie took over his starting spot for a chunk of time, but also he wasn't in closing lineups. And to be honest, simplest way I can put it, he was unhappy. It was an unhappy season for Klay Thompson. And I think a very large part of his decision this summer to leave is because he just wants to be a little bit happier. He thinks a fresh start can lead to that.
Honestly, as an observer, as somebody who called, I think
Happiness comes from within.
I felt like you could see that on his face during games even. He just wasn't comfortable in that final year.
That's the thing.
So
I thought we
if
did
he's
this
moving
already. Oh, I
forward-
can pause this. I thought we had this, I thought we squashed it. That's the other thing that I know Bruce is with me on this. That just kind of is kind of just like makes you think that Klay, man, just grow up, bro. Grow up. Because they had that talk. Steve had the talk, and he goes on the podium twice after that. Klay goes, yeah, I had a talk with Steve. I give Steve credit. He helped me understand that to enjoy the game more. And it's just like, so that went in one ear at the other, or that was a temporary therapy session. Part's frustrating. Shall I play again, or any comment on that? I'm ready to hit.
Just one little thing is,
Mhm.
It doesn't matter if you said goodbye 2 weeks ago or yesterday.
Yeah, that too. When I heard that, yep.
That doesn't matter
That
because
was-
you haven't done it. You haven't done it yet.
In fact, when he said that, I was like, oh, more chance of 4D chess. Like,
Well, maybe.
Klay could be playing 4D chess this whole time.
He is a smart dude.
That piece of information was 2 weeks ago. It wasn't like, oh, yesterday we're going to report that he's upset. It's been that way, and we've been reporting it, so we're just reporting it again. So there hasn't been an update on that timeline.
Yeah, and it kind of reinforces itself the longer there's no new information too. Right? But
Yeah.
Since it hasn't happened yet, both the Warriors and Klay, I think, might seriously consider whether parting is actually the best idea here, because once it's done and you take less and leave a team with that, where you're Klay Thompson level legend on that team, and once you lose Klay Thompson, you don't, for whatever reason, then you can't really go back from that. So I would hope both sides are really careful given the time that they have. There's not much need to rush it. Obviously, you want to get it out ahead of the cap space being used up, but it doesn't seem like this is a good idea for either of them. And there's a lot of strange lack of information about anything. So, I don't know.
I still don't call it strange, but I just call it normal negotiations. But no, I feel you on most of that. And I just had a thought when you were talking. It's you remember the oh man, this is gonna be good. You'll love this. Remember the Draymond, don't let us win another championship. Right?
I think he had one or two more words in there, but yeah.
We're the only channel in the world right now, the only anything Warriors in the world saying that Klay could still come back. Don't let him come back. Don't let him come back, because it would just prop Let's Go Warriors way too high. It wouldn't be good. We would destroy Twitter. Like, don't let that happen. I'm just saying.
Oh, they wouldn't even understand. They wouldn't even understand. They wouldn't even think about us.
No, but
They'd
really,
be like, oh, back. Oh, he's back.
before I had the idea to connect it to the Draymond quote. No,
I like that though.
The genuine
that
thought
thought.
was, what if Klay does come back? Wouldn't that be an incredible day? Right?
Oh my God.
Wouldn't that be like your birthday? Here, have a free birthday.
Yeah,
Klay,
really.
So look at it, twist it into your good thoughts can sometimes affect. It's called epigenetics. Go look it up. It can affect the production of proteins. So you keep thinking those positive thoughts. You never know. It just might happen.
Well,
and what happens is so awestruck usually.
yeah. Look
Think
at distressed
about one more
animals.
Think about how I got the USA credential. So at first I was just like, I don't know. But you just keep the energy up. Keep the energy up. And you never know. It just might turn your way. You never know.
Well, it's not going to happen most of the time if you don't at least allow it to, you know? Like, you have to plan for it to some degree, and you have to be open to it and all that. Yeah, it's not new age or, you know, religious beliefs are trying to push down. It's none of that stuff. It's just like, well, you got to be prepared. What does every basketball player tell you? You know, the reason I don't feel fear is because I'm prepared. And also, I put it in my mind that I believe that this could happen. And out of blue, the joke of the league, Warriors, get some good players, win 67 games and title. Out of the blue. For the rest of the league, that was completely out of nowhere. You know?
Yeah.
You never know. And look at the 5 straight finals.
You talk about out of the blue.
Crazy.
Let me give Steve Kerr his flowers. Out of the blue, basketball breakdown dude, Coach Nick.
Yeah.
He was the first one to say during Summer League. Remember, Steve did Summer League. He coached Summer League. He looked at the plays that Steve was running. He goes, "Oh my gosh, this is championship caliber." He was right, Coach Nick. It wasn't out of the blue for Coach Nick. So it was for everybody else.
But I mean, even then, you couldn't have ever possibly. I mean, you would have sounded mentally ill if you told someone in 2014 that you think the Warriors are going to make 5 finals in a row and win 3 titles, then come back and win another one. The Warriors, they're like 26, 24 years old. Are they really old enough to do that? No, you're crazy. And that's exactly what happened, though. You know. But if they closed off that possibility, emotionally they wouldn't have been prepared for what was coming, you know. But probably the thing that I like the most about the Warriors dynasty compared to any other one is not just the joy, but also just that laid back, you know, very tough, competitive, but really laid back type of flow, you know, and all that stuff. And it's Steph and Draymond and Kerr and all those guys, you know, but that fits Klay to a T, man. And
hold on. Let's do 2 more screenshots. Boom. Ready? Amy there, always. You know, Amy's like, just if you're feeling down, just get a live stream going.
Yep. Talk to Amy.
Right here, Rod. Yeah, Rod.
Thanks, Rod M.
Come down on your screen just 3 inches, just a little bit. Okay, and then I'll play Anthony Slater. All right, Anthony Slater coming up. Ready for this? Here we go.
Sir.
Based on what you're hearing, what are his best options out there? Where's he most likely to
Ooh,
land?
good.
I'd probably pin Dallas as the favorite right now. You know, one of the things that the 2 LA teams have is LA in general. You know, Klay's a warm weather guy. You know, locale does matter to him here. There's still cap space teams out there. You kind of wondered and had heard that Philly might get in the mix, you know, if they had leftover cap space. But if Philly lands this Paul George fish, and regardless, like, they're going to chase it as long as they have to, then Klay's probably not in the plans there. So, like I said, I would probably pin Dallas as the favorite heading into free agency with the LA teams kind of looming.
Well, you mentioned Paul George. Reports that the Dubs were...
Yeah, because I don't think Clippers have anybody that we want. Their roster is pretty thin. Let's look at Clippers one more time for good measure. But me and Dean, if we were to pick a sign and trade partner, it would be Denver, right, Dean?
Well, right now, so far, yeah. I mean, I hadn't looked at Dallas yet, but I mean, they're gonna.
I mean, look, Clippers. If you want Klay for Norman Powell, maybe, but that ain't happening, right? Norman Powell's their second highest paid or third highest. The Harden, yeah, I don't know.
The Clippers are also might still be in contention for Paul George and would like to probably wait that out rather than spend it on Klay and not be able to bring Paul George back too, right? So
all right. Paul George, speaking of which, here's Slater.
Trying to work a deal for Paul George before he declined his option are out there. That's not an option anymore. How much traction did those talks gain?
You know, a lot. I think the Warriors were pretty committed to trying to find a way that they could appease the Clippers with, you know, the package being sent back. And part of the conversations was like, you know, giving Paul George a very expensive max extension. I think it was about 4 years, $221 million. But, you know, like the Clippers just decided they didn't necessarily, you know, want to play it. You know, didn't want to get Paul George up to state, add salary coming back, because there would have been a lot of like negative salary coming back from the Clippers. And I think the Clippers believe they're calling Paul George's bluff and that he'll come back to LA, but that sounds dangerous, and it sounds like they may let Paul George walk for nothing instead of getting what I think probably would have been a decent package from the Warriors.
Chris Paul has a $30 million team option. It seems impossible that the Warriors are going to pick that up just from a financial standpoint, and yet they've delayed the decision on that, the deadline to make that decision. And we've been hearing this afternoon that they might delay it even a little further out. What's happening with CP?
They're searching for possible trade targets, and you know it's a very flexible tool because it's $30 million, completely non-guaranteed. So you can use it in a big picture trade like the Paul George one. But also, let's say you go out and get a $15 million per year player, you can just guarantee up to $15 million. So I think it can be used in various ways, but. My sense is, and we'll see, maybe they'll find something at the buzzer or, like you said, extend it a little bit. I could just see them releasing.
Oh, this is old.
Then they really dip their money way down below, like the first apron. They could be a mid-level team and go after mid-tier free agents like, your Malik Beasleys, your Lonnie Walkers, those type of guys. That's probably not
Lonnie
what the
Walker
fan base wants to hear in one of Steph Curry's fading years. But to me, this seems like a potential salary reset moment for the Warriors, and they won't want to term it as a rebuild. But to me, it's kind of feels like a transition year, especially financially.
That is never what the fan base wants to hear, by the way.
No.
Whether Chris Paul is involved or not, what are the priorities positionally, basketball-wise, moving forward?
Yeah, look, I think they need, wings, bigger wings, that can positionally guard, somebody like a Paul George, a 6'8" wing that could shoot it, score it, and defend on both ends. I mean, if they do keep Andrew Wiggins, and that is not a guarantee, he could be traded in the next few days. But if they do, they need him to play like he did a couple seasons ago. And then, I think they've wanted a center. They've kind of nudged into that market a little bit. I think Brook Lopez would be an intriguing trade target for them. But they kind of like going cheap on the centers. Trace Jackson Davis is on a cheap.
Oh, we did that part already. Sorry, we did that part. Okay. Cool.
Yep. We need wings, but let's like Klay walk and trade Wiggs. What? Okay. Yeah, we're not rebuilding, dude. We have Steph and Draymond, at least. We're not. There's no way, man. We're talking about 2 more seasons. 2 more seasons, and of Steph at that contract. That's. Yeah, we can't do that. I just think it's irresponsible. And what's the point, really? Let's be bad on purpose in the last few years of Steph Curry's career. Does that make any sense? No. No.
What? Sorry, I was answering Rod. I might as well just answer Rod. No, what were you saying?
Oh, I would just say it doesn't make any sense in the final years of Steph Curry's career for us to go into rebuild mode.
Oh, yeah. We can't do that. All right. It can't be obvious that we're doing that. And anything has to go by Steph first.
Well, we're still trying to win.
Which again, you go right back to the. I mean, if everything has to be passed by Steph, I mean, like, Steph hasn't had that conversation with Klay yet. Like,
we haven't heard anything from Draymond, Steph, or Klay about anything.
Yeah, nothing on that. You're kidding me. Steph already had a meeting with Klay, and then yesterday he's going to go to Benicia and do the event and be happy with fans and do the hook shot that goes in and like no. Steph hasn't talked with Klay yet. There's no way.
We haven't heard. No, what they said, fine. We haven't heard that Steph has had a talk with Klay from anyone.
Steph always looks happy, but
Yes,
I mean,
and it's fine if
it's like
if he's happy anyway.
did not have talked to Klay. We know this. He didn't talk to Klay right before that event. No way. No, I don't know.
Well,
He's
we did get reporting of a meeting between Steph and Draymond and Klay, or anything like that.
I know.
We talked to him on the phone and told him that whatever he chooses to, nothing.
Hey, you guys got to go hit up Marcus Thompson on Twitter right now. You go, dude, where's the report from Steph about this Klay situation? That's your job, Marcus.
Well, or he's not reporting anything because nothing's happened.
Yeah,
which is strange.
I know.
Just saying, it's a little, to me, I know maybe that word doesn't sound right to you, but it's a little, it makes me wonder what, what's happening out there.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be a total misread on my part. I understand that, but
yeah. Shout out Benicia that hosted stuff.
how do you spell that?
The
Benicia?
video is coming. BENICIA, Benicia.
Ah, okay.
Yep, the video's coming here. Reason why the video isn't up, because you're watching me and Dean right now. I'm sitting there at Starbucks, I'm about to do the video or gather up all the clips that I have, and I'm like, it's like 2:00. I'm like, this isn't happening. Like, there's too much energy for this free agent live stream. There's just no way. And I was talking to one of the Starbucks baristas. Shout out Cedric. Shout out Zoe if you happen to be watching right now. But anyways, Zoe is a Warriors fan. Cedric is a Sixers fan because of his love of Iverson when he grew up. And I thought that was really cool, actually. Like, dude I think he's from the Bay, Cedric. And he likes the Sixers. Okay. But he fell in love with Iverson, which is kind of cool, right?
Definitely.
So
yeah, it's great, man.
We always go, yeah. What do you think about PG? And you know what he said, Dean? Guess, Dean. Does he want PG or not?
No.
Rapid fire. You got it right, Dean. See, Dean knows. Like, Dean's on another level. The reason why this diehard Sixers fan doesn't want Paul George is probably the reason why the same sort of vibe why the Lakers would never part with Austin Reeves. And that is because Embiid has been hurt. And we don't want to sign a guy at $50 million that might get hurt. We're too deathly afraid of that. And he freely admits that. I actually had to put the 2 and 2 together. The reason why you don't want Paul George is because you're deathly afraid of.
He doesn't want Paul George on the Sixers.
On the Sixers. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So he doesn't want the Sixers to sign Paul George because he's deathly afraid of him getting injured. And then now
who do you have? Yeah.
Now you got two $50 million players on the bench, and it's all on max. That's not going anywhere. Like, they have to be fully healthy. We already saw when they're 1.5 stars. Yeah. And so they're already dealing with, and I think Sixers fans just have it ingrained that Embiid will never be 100% again. I think that's the sad reality.
He's like 30. He's like 30 years old. That's hard to believe, but he's like 30 something.
Team USA in the Olympics, that's going to show you a lot. And even then, they're always going to think the worst. He just played in the Olympics, and they're going to go, oh, he's going to get injured tomorrow, day one training camp. And for the Sixers, it's just that kind of sentiment right now, that kind of vibe going on with the Sixers. So I would actually be surprised if PG goes to the Sixers. So I'm leaning more he'll go back to the Clippers, don't you think?
I don't know, man. The Clippers just resigned Harden for $35 million a year, 70 over 2.
Yeah, what do I know? I'm talking about a Sixer, diehard Sixers fan is telling me this. It's a fan theory.
No, it totally makes sense. On the other hand, PG is the he's the belle of the ball. Free agency, you know. And Sixers are probably one of the few.
Right. I forgot. There was a earlier on, I think it was Jasmine. Thank you, Jasmine. Jasmine said, I think it was Young Misuk, I think is his last name.
Yeah.
I've seen him at various Staples back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Where ESPN reported that the Clippers sent out a statement that Paul George isn't coming back. Why would they do that, Dean?
I have no idea, bro. What?
Because do they think, okay, he's not going to go to Philly, so then is that a negotiation tactic? I feel like that's
insane,
right?
As a negotiation content,
maybe it's
to try and bring him back.
No, I can see why. I can see. Well, not. Oh well. Okay. Well, other free agents. You don't want other free agents to go. I'm not calling the Clippers because Paul George probably going back. So then you release a statement saying no, Paul George is not coming back, and then you can talk to those free agents. Maybe.
Yeah, it could be that, like, hey, for the I don't know what else to call them, but for the lower level contracts, not the huge ones, because the Clippers don't have any cap space. As far as I know, I don't think they do. Sure, they don't, actually, looking at their salaries up there on Hoop Site. It could be like, hey, you don't have to wait around, you don't have to worry about waiting around, but that. So they just said just leave. We'll get you. We don't want anything back.
I know, right? What? Yeah. I feel you. Oh wait, I'll go look at my spreadsheet to answer Jacob's question or Lukas Jacob's question because my spreadsheet has a lot of guys deleted.
Oh yeah.
How many roster spots we got? If you can answer that real quick. I've got no. That's
right now.
That's the roster with Paul George on it.
13.
No. 13. Okay. Let me see if that foots 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, sorry, 12. 12. Because I was including Klay and
no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lindy Waters is 11. Who am I missing?
Post. You get him?
Okay, we'll he might be a two-way.
It's so cheap. It's the easiest way to get the cheapest guaranteed contract, though.
True.
And
okay.
And you need 14. You need 14.
So let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Brandon. 9, 10, 11. Pat Spencer's a two-way. 12 is post, right?
Yep. And then you would have maybe Klay or maybe a sign and trade for Klay or something like that, plus probably a non-tax mid-level, which is 14. And so we're not carrying 15 this year if we're trying to compete and still save a little money just because it's too expensive. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And Pat Spencer, was he signed to a full contract by the end of the year?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how that works. The two ways always confuse me.
Yeah, because it's like you only have to pay for a certain amount of how much the contract would have been. So I don't. Yeah.
But he was converted, right?
I think he was. I think I remember.
Sure, he was.
Yeah, it was him and Quinones. Why would Warriors give Nico Mannion a qualifying offer?
I think
what
just
year
to have,
is it?
Just to have his rights. They literally just gave him a qualifying offer yesterday, but it's just like a two-way. If you want to come back on a two-way, we're glad you have you. You don't have to. And if you get a better offer, then you're gone. Or we can match it. We're not going to match it. I think it's just
They
to
have-
retain rights.
They have different things to do with cap holds too, like Bogut and David West and Nico Mannion and all these guys are still on the Warriors cap holds until an advantageous time to get rid of them, and they're just not picked up every year. I try my best. I have no idea why they did that. I just remember that's why there's all these cap holds for all these people, and at some point they can get rid of them. So, I would imagine that's why. Maintain the cap hold and the rights to Nico Mannion in there. There's some guy the Warriors drafted in like 06 and they still have his rights or something like that, or they did a few years ago. Man, this basketball is not that complex of a sport. You know, it's whoever puts the ball in the hoop the most number of times for the most number of points wins. The rest of the NBA, this stuff is wildly complex. It's like one of the most complex technical things that a lot of people are interested in, you know. But they have like sports management and stuff like and sports law degrees and stuff to understand how these work. And you know, so that's one thing that helps things come out of the blue. Use that phrase again.
My bad.
To me, I think the search would be.
I was trying to check out if there's anything going on the free agent show here. Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
That was where I paused with the Slater interview. My fault. Now we're live and they're talking about Bronny James. I think Bronny James was kind of, you know, Rich Paul gets a lot of flack from Warriors Twitter and whatever, but I think they played that the right way. I mean, look, maybe they're not connected, but you just got LeBron to give you a $16 million pay cut. And part of that, the dominoes before that, one of them was drafting Bronny. So I would like to think they're linked in a way. So good move.
They got Dalton Connect too. They didn't do something crazy and pick him at like 17. He's the 55th pick in the draft. It's not that big of a deal. You know, people mentioned Thanasis, his brother rather than son. You know, I don't know. Maybe people are more comfortable with the idea of brothers playing together. You know, and Bronny James won't make it in the NBA once his dad is gone if he's not a good player. I think he'll still make it anyway, just because, you know, I don't know. The dude still played college basketball after having a heart attack, so he must have some love of the game. He doesn't need the money. I don't get what the critique is that for the 55th pick in the draft. It's not that big of a deal. No. But it certainly couldn't have hurt the Lakers' chances to have LeBron open up $16 million, but for drafting his son, that didn't hurt their negotiations there. But I don't know if you touched on this or not, Rich, but what do you think about Wiggs being out for the Olympics?
I think it was just, we might trade you. So we certainly can't trade you as an injured asset just in case. So I'm sorry. And then you had mentioned maybe it's something in the contract they could exercise, and maybe it was. Now, it does look bad because of the optics with Team Canada. Should have told them way beforehand, but maybe it was a good idea not to.
Well, we don't know when the ankle injury came up.
Don't give Wiggs stress before you need to, and just go ahead and take the heat from Team Canada because they're mad. Gotcha. I know they're mad. But what did you say?
Oh, I just don't know when the injury came up. I think it mentioned an injury from months ago, but if it was a re-aggravation a few weeks ago. No.
I don't. No. I think the injury thing is we don't want him to get injured at training camp and ruin our chances of trading him. Because look at our roster. Like, if a good trade comes up for Wiggins, we got to be able to do it. Like, otherwise we're running back the same team. So, like,
Yeah.
sorry, Team Canada. I know we're being super rude here, but we're going to exercise this thing in the contract that says we can have him not play. I don't know. I already got a negative comment on the channel that said, if a guy wants to play for his national team, you let him play. But I'm like, but wait a minute. Just what if Dallas was going to trade Luka for Giannis? Like when they prevent Luka from playing right now with Slovenia?
I imagine that the Bucks might also prevent Giannis from playing for Greece.
Yeah, so it's not the same thing, and you got to give it a little wiggle room. You don't want to assume everything and be so judgmental.
I mean, I would hate for that to happen to like Steph or something. You know, not that we're ever going to trade Steph.
Yeah, we get that for sure. I love that.
But you know, I mean, I hate to say this, but they don't get paid from the Olympics. They get paid from the NBA. You know, that's where their money's coming from mostly, especially as far as basketball goes. And you know, I can't remember who said this, but someone said basically they didn't think Bob Myers would have done that. A little bit more, you know, understanding, relaxed, laid back. Well, we didn't, you know.
Oh,
we didn't earn that from DJ though, you know.
Naji Marshall, 27 mil from the Mavs. That gives them $9 million more on their cap sheet. Does this affect the Klay thing? Let's look at Dallas. 174 million. Oh gosh, who did they let go of? They got rid of Tim Hardaway, so it's really 158. 158 plus 9 million is one. Yeah, they can still do the sign and trade with for Klay. So there's your answer. I think.
What contract?
Can Dallas still do a sign and trade now that they just picked up Naji Marshall? I guess was he a free agent for 9 million? And I think very rough calculation says yes, because they got rid of Tim Hardaway was 16 million, but you got to add Quentin Grimes, which is 4 million, so that's minus 12. 162 plus they've got enough room under the first apron to do a sign and trade.
Mm-hmm. But I just wonder what contract is it for PJ Washington or what?
PJ Washington. Roster wise, where would he fit in the lineup? Or
no, like what they have to send. We don't have any cap space on the Warriors, so we can't just take.
No. Naji Marshall just signed for $9 million next year with the Mavs.
But we're trading Klay as a contract for one of their contracts, right?
Yeah, it would be Kleber and maybe Green to get the 23 million, and then I'm like,
we're taking on more money.
Give us Hardy. I don't know. See, I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
they can do the sign and trade was the question from Striker. Airplane reference. Anyways,
Roger that.
Chris Haynes is going to talk about the Warriors. Here we go. This is live. Don't tell anybody.
He'll have multiple suitors, and I'm sure a couple other teams from outside.
They're just talking about Chris Paul. We don't care, honestly. Wait, I thought this must be old. Maybe it's taped. I don't know. It could be taped. It's probably taped because it says Warriors will waive Chris Paul. So never mind. Chris Paul's on the Spurs. Never mind.
Oh, I love that, by the way. That
No,
warms my heart.
I know.
Since we couldn't keep him,
Yeah.
I really, really like that.
Yeah. You kind of love it for even CP3 as well. Were you going to say something about Dallas? Give us Hardy.
Oh yeah, well, it's just
They're not going to give us Hardy, are they?
I know, but the problem,
It's a lot of money for Klay. That'd be a multi. Yeah, what's the number?
it sounds like that we would be taking on more money
Because of what?
the addition of the 2 contracts that you just mentioned,
Who?
Cleaver and Green. Unless now Clay's making more than 22 million.
Right. Cleveland Green is 23 million. So
now we're taking on more money.
But I don't know. What's that put us? Are we still under the first apron?
Yeah, I think so. But we're taking on money.
Hardy, I might do it.
Huh?
Throw in Hardy and I might do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you get something like that, I guess Josh Green, Maxi Cleaver. Yeah. I guess we can't really be choosers.
Right.
He really wants to leave.
Figure out a way to get MPJ though, huh? So MPJ is like top of our sign and trade list. Then it's what happened here with Chris Haynes? Oh, 301. Okay, that's Chris Haynes took a phone call on live television earlier to say, "Oh, Chris Paul will be waived." That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, he already knew it though, and his wife just wanted to make sure he picked up the diapers or whatever. That'd be so funny if you found out that it wasn't like NBA stuff. I'm just kidding here, but I don't even know what I'm saying. Forget it. Yeah, MPJ, man. Yeah, it's again. Wait, how does that work? Because it's $36 million.
Okay, let's go back. Let's see, guys. When I tell you, you got to go look at all these salary cap sheets. Not only that, you need to repeat it. You got to keep going back, and just it's like swimming. You don't learn the first time. You keep going back. Let's see. So we'd have to send Gary Payton or Looney for sure with Klay. What's fair? A fair is 20 million. It was Looney, Gary Payton, and Klay.
GP2 and Klay at around 20
for
right.
Porter.
Okay, that would save us money, and we get more of a. Okay, that's right.
Derek Jones is likely gone. Where is that coming from?
Really?
Because I heard the opposite.
It's just Drito's asking why is Denver trying to get off MPJ. We're not saying that they are. They just said that they were interested in the sign and trade for Klay.
Okay.
Eric Gordon, of course, has a closer.
Put yourself in Denver's shoes. Would Klay at the expense of MPJ make you better? I don't know. Right?
I don't know.
You'd want to mess with that starting five, or they don't have KCP, I guess, anymore.
No, they don't. They'd probably be Brown.
MPJ is 6'11".
They still have Reggie Jackson on this thing, huh? That's strange.
I know they're a little slow on this. I guess it's not official yet. I don't know. July 6th. I don't know.
This is another thing about free agency. There's all these things that I know about that aren't official that throw me off when I get the numbers wrong. This is if you like chaos, if you like disorganized chaos, man, let me tell you about NBA free agency.
I can't wait to do this more. I can't believe we didn't do this last year.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun, man.
Oh, heck yeah, man. I don't know if I'd be able to do it without you, man. You're the
right back at you, right? Yeah. No, it's I love being on here for 4 hours
Golly,
Wild.
really? And we
Yep.
still have 100 on here. Bless
Go.
everybody. I better
Yep.
make sure I monetize this shit.
Oh yeah. Good
Oh,
idea.
that would suck if I didn't.
Hey, we got 50 likes too. Come on.
You know, I got to
we
make
can
my
get more likes than that.
$7 per live stream, whatever it is. It's something ridiculously small.
Well, it's your Starbucks money, you know.
Oh man, I deserve a Starbucks after this, even though I already had one before this. You know, before this, I had to go get a Starbucks because it was like, dude, I'm so stressed out about Klay, man. I'm actually,
Yeah.
like Bruce was, I was upset at Klay, so I needed to get that and go talk to the Sixers fan and.
Yep.
Um.
No, I feel a lot better about all this stuff now. Just being on here and talking to you and talking to everybody in the chat and reading all this information and stuff. Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
question,
thank you.
Cholo. I appreciate guys like Keith Smith and Yossi Goslin. I think that's how you pronounce it. The pronunciation is on his Twitter profile. I don't know if you've heard of this guy, Dean, but anyways, he's got
Yeah, you sent me something from him.
capsheets.com, dude.
Nice.
That sounds like something I'll check out in the month of September when I have time. I'm going to get by with I mean, it's not that complicated. As long as you know the basics of who can be traded and this and that, you're good. Let them do the heavy lifting on all the little traded player exception. Can you imagine keeping track of that, Dean? Heck no. I'm not keeping track of that. No.
I don't even want to think about that. Unless I'm getting paid a good chunk of money. I love you guys. I love being on here. I'm not tracking traded player exceptions until they come up for something that we need, you know.
Okay, we can field questions. Starman wants to know about Tyus Jones. It's
I thought he signed with somebody. He didn't?
Where is he? I can't remember.
Nah, yeah. Gotcha.
Dude, where's Tyus Jones right now? He was on Memphis, then he got traded to. Why can't I remember this?
Oh, he's a free agent, I think, for the Wizards.
Oh, okay. So he's not even going to be listed.
Didn't we have his brother? Yeah.
His brother is on the Spurs? No. Trey Jones is on the Spurs, right? Dang it. There's no Tyus. So we have to look
Trey Jones, that's it. Yeah.
What you do when they don't show up on the cap sheet. Spottrack.com, Tyus Jones. Then you can go nitty gritty. Oh, it shows you on Google. There you go. 14 million.
Click on the contract.
You want to get Tyus Jones on a non-taxpayer, Dean? Too small, in my opinion.
I don't want another point guard. I don't. We played too many 3-guard lineups last year. I know the secondary ball handler. Can we play some wings? And like 1 guard and 1 center, maybe? Or 1 guard and 4 wings? Something like that. Tyus. So he's excellent, you know, setter up of the offense.
Mm-hmm.
But man, we have Steph and Draymond. We don't need to spend $13 million on that, I think.
Well, you don't have to spend that much, but yeah. Spend up
well, you know, spend that one big exception or a chunk of that one big exception.
Wait a minute. He made 14 million. Nah, he's not taking less than 14 million.
Wait, click on the contract.
Unless the market's tight. Huh?
Can you click on the contract?
Yeah, let's see.
Just because, like,
hit 21 million. What? Oh wait, what?
Yeah, cap hit is I
okay.
guess the expansion.
Okay. Yeah. This cap hit 21. Oh, probably projected. No, that doesn't make sense. He was at 14 million. I don't know. You'd have to explain the cap hit thing to me. Doesn't make sense to me. That's a 50% bump. No, you don't have to explain it to me. Never mind. But anyways, he's going to be looking for, you know,
I don't know
base
what's happening. I don't know why. I don't know why it's 21.
14 million. Yeah.
Well, the only reason I asked you to click on it though was because like Malik Beasley shows his largest contract at like 15 million, but the one he was on the Bucks that he signed for the Bucks was a minimum. So if you're looking that stuff up, just be a little careful to make sure it wasn't one contract that they got bought out of or waived or whatever. Yeah, you know, he's making more than we can offer anyway. So, but I really like him as a player though. Like if a team needs a point guard, I think he's really solid.
There's a question. Buddy Hield.
Yep.
How much is he making?
Another
why is it so
Bahamut?
slow?
Oh, that's not it.
Oh my gosh. 20 million. We can't afford him, can we? Nope, can't afford him.
He was making 20 million last year on the Sixers.
He's gonna make less than, I would say he makes as much as Klay max, right?
I don't know if Buddy Hield's going to get another payday like that this year though, because they barely played him in the playoffs.
Anything over 12.9 million, we can't afford. Can we?
So he might, you know, the rest of the league might look at that as an old contract from the Kings, from the 2021 Kings.
Oh, he's unrestricted.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything unrestricted, you'd have to use the non-taxpayer mid-level at 12.9 million, or you have to have cap space under 141 million, which we're way past.
Yeah. I mean, I think Hield is more likely to not get a 20-something million dollar contract than he is to get it.
Yeah, but we can't get him. We can't afford him.
But yeah, I don't know.
And you're saying I don't know because you're thinking even if we could afford him, you probably wouldn't want him, is what you're saying?
Well, the whole Bahamas connection, you know. I don't know. I'm a dreamer though, you know, Rich. That's why I'm always sleepy. Kai Bowman. Does anyone remember Kai Bowman? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I love watching him play. He was great. Yeah.
Trae Young. Rod M wants to get Trae Young, but Trey. Oh, I heard Trey Young is like the next Giannis. Yeah, let's go get him.
It's Trae.
Trae Young. Looks like Atlanta. I know it's an LOL, but Atlanta is going all in with Trae Young as a pillar.
I can't believe they've traded Murray and kept Young. That must be one of those sell tickets things.
I think I can see why, but
just the haul that you could have gotten back probably for Trae Young.
Oh, I got you.
Next to Murray rather than getting.
Yeah, they want.
Did they get a single player back?
Hey, I think we're right back to the sell tickets thing because, like,
yeah.
What you're selling tickets on? What's his name again? Number 1 pick. Reece Shea.
Reece Shea, yeah.
You're not selling no tickets on Reece Shea. He ain't no Wemby. No, your season ticket stronghold is going to take a dip.
Yeah, that's true, but only organizations that haven't won much think that way.
Wait a minute. So the Mavs just picked up Naji Marshall, and that officially signals that they're not going to get Derrick Jones Jr.?
Oh, yeah. I don't.
If that
I
is
have no idea, but let's look up some news.
If that is the case, I would think that Derrick Jones Jr. has a deal that's more than the NTMLE. I thought all along that he was worth more than that because when I did the video where I said, hey, we might be able to get him with the NTMLE, I also said, question mark. I was like, I don't know if he's going to go for only 13 million. To me, he played so well in the playoffs. Okay, maybe not that well against the Celtics, but up until that point, I thought he earned at least, I don't know, 15 million. But that's just me looking at cap sheets day in and day out, kind of getting a sense and kind of go, yeah, he's probably deserves 15 million or more. I don't know, though. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a little wary about guys getting paid off of one good playoff run.
Yeah, but
But he does fit a lot of what a lot of teams need.
against Minnesota, he was great. Against
Yeah.
Clippers, he was good. Like his
You
defense.
can't blame
on
him for
point.
not being great against the Celtics either. I mean, it's
Yeah,
their team full of wings.
they'll play mind games with you too. Let you shoot.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
They have the ability to do that. Like
No, yeah, definitely.
like Jason Tatum guarding you, man. Like you don't really know if he's letting you shoot because he can close that gap pretty quickly. You know? Dang, man. So have you found that? Have you confirmed that Naji Marshall means that Derek Jones is gone?
Well, there's a hoops hype things from 7 hours ago saying Mavericks optimistic they will be able to re-sign Derek Jones Jr. even if they land Klay Thompson.
Go to hoopsrumors.com. No, Hoops Hype. Hoops Hype Rumors, my fault. Is that where you looked?
Yeah, it was hoops hype.
Okay.
Yep.
And the latest tweet was just that one? That's an old one.
Well, it was related to Derek Jones Jr. I can
Hoopshype.com. Rumors, Derek Jones Jr. Oh, he signed with Clutch. See, that's what you got to do, Klay. But never mind. You're going to go into this.
Well, not everybody.
Oh, you got to get a good agent, man. Let's see. Yeah, what? This is old. 2 days ago, and that's your only. No, scroll up. Oh, Google sent me straight to the highlighted thing. Wait a minute. 7 hours ago. Oh, okay. Oh, man. Got any update in the comments on the Derek Jones thing? Who brought it up? I got to scroll back.
I don't know. Is it Rod?
I thought it was Bruce. Kyle Anderson. I mentioned that before.
We both like Kyle Anderson a lot.
I mentioned that on this live stream shortly after the loss to Sacramento, guys. That's how long it's been.
Months ago.
Yeah.
I remember you texting me. What do you think about Kyle Anderson?
Exactly.
Like, I love him.
Like,
yeah.
Weren't you like, how the hell are we going to get him?
Well, I mean, if we can get him at all, as I thought back then, I still feel the same way. I think it would be a great fit on the Dubs. I did think.
Oh, thanks. Ready for another screenshot?
Yeah, I am now. Oh, here.
All right. You were talking about Kyle Anderson.
Yeah. I did think that the way he was playing this must have been around the second round of the playoffs or so. That it would have been really hard for us to get him after the conference. Yeah, after the conference finals, I felt like it was maybe a little bit more realistic that he could still go for a mid-level type exception.
If they went to the finals, they wouldn't want to break that up.
I think so.
Yeah. You run it back if you make it to the finals. Probably if you win the finals, but even if you make it to the finals, sometimes you make changes.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Brown called Klay. Yeah, we went over that. You guys have questions about a lot of these comments, like
where did the Derek Jones thing come?
The LaVine thing. I think Jasmine asked that. We talked about that hours and hours ago. But you can go look for it in the meticulous notes that Rich keeps. Jesse's no reason to call people names, man.
Even here we go. Stryker said Stein reported that Derek Jones is gone. Okay. Stein time. Twitter.com. The Stein line.
Ist true DeRozan going to Clippers? Wow, Robbie.
Wow.
You change countries or languages? What happened there? No, I'm kidding. I don't know about that. I'll look that up as you look up what you're.
Wait a minute. What? After unexpectedly conceding tonight that it likely would not have the wherewithal, pivoted. Oh, that Lance Thompson, the Mavericks hope earlier today. They still had a path to. Oh gosh, what are you saying, Mark? That it would likely not have the wherewithal to retain Derek Jones. And then he goes, their hope today was they had a path to keep him. Okay. Remain focused on Klay. Okay, you're right. So the last tweet that Stein said, Stein's usually right. I mean, he lives in Dallas. I said that on the website. Anything about the Mavs coming from Mark Stein, 99.9% truth. Almost like he's a fly on the wall. Oh, Bruce brought thank you, Bruce. My bad.
Cool. Thank you.
What else are we doing on the?
I think that's right, Lucas. Dallas can only get Klay through a sign and trade, unless it was like maybe a.
No,
did they even have Did they even have that though? They spent $9 million on. Oh,
yeah.
They still have that. Okay.
Pretty sure they do. Pretty confident on that.
That's like $13 million a year. A little bit more than that in the second year. But.
Oh man, I wouldn't want Klay to have only that. Like, sheesh.
No, me neither. I mean, obviously, I don't want that because
go anywhere you want, Klay.
Too,
but geez, please don't just play for the non-taxpayer mid-level. Come on,
it
man.
would be a bit of a slap in our face, and please don't do that, man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, just
I was told by Klay's camp that it's not about the money, and it's like I'm sitting here going, I didn't think you'd mean it like that. It's not about the money, so I'll take 13 million and in spite of you. Like, don't do that.
I'll just stay for more.
Who would have ever thought? Like, you pull 100 people off the street. If I were to tell you you're in an NBA contract situation and you go, hey, it's not about the money, what do you think the scenario would be? It'd be like, all these positive thoughts, right? And then, but really, it's not about the money. You meant Klay's going to take only 13 million to spite.
Which doesn't make sense for him as a career move.
I know.
Again, which makes it feel a little like,
yeah.
What is the real information here?
Point Forward podcast. On that note, guys.
Ooh. Point forward with
what other words? Where else are you getting all this diversity of information, man?
Well, I got to tell you, Rich, this is about 9 days worth of most podcasts that we're giving you. If they're about half an hour each, so you get 9 days every pop,
Oh, so, damn. Can't find it. I think Clutch Points
has leave a like, would you?
Oh, here it is.
It's free.
It was with Melo. I remember that.
Melo, okay.
Yeah, Carmelo Anthony was like, oh yeah, once I took the veteran minimum, I was pegged as a veteran minimum. And so my thesis is, Klay, once you're pegged as a non-taxpayer mid-level, you're not making more than that anymore. I'm sorry. That's just how
it could happen, but it generally doesn't. It really doesn't.
The optics on that. Are you going to be the GM that pays a 36, 37-year-old Klay more than he made last year? You'd be laughed at the building. Klay, you got to relax, bro. Unless you're playing 4D chess, in which case I tip my hat. But come on, man. But that was an actual thing that a CBS, my Lakers diehard fan Mark sent me the link. I don't even want to show it because it was some Cambodian channel that copied CBS Sports. Some dude from CBS Sports that's the Lakers writer for them I think it was Bill Reeder,
Uh-huh.
and it was like he goes, what did he say? Klay might take a deal. I've been told that Klay would take a deal at the non-taxpayer mid-level to spite the Warriors. Literal words. And the guy interviewing him on CBS still, because it was just like Slater. It's have him Zoom call. Here's our Lakers reporter reporting on this. What are the Lakers think? And even the guy was like, you said spite, so you really think he'd take a spite deal? So he had a follow-up question to that. I couldn't watch it anymore. I don't think they really delved into it, but it just said, yeah, he's just really upset. Come on. But then again, that's CBS. I told Mark, I go, first of all, dude, I have never heard of this guy, this reporter who shall remain nameless. And I go, right. Not to throw the Warriors CBS guy under the bus, but the Warriors guy from CBS, he doesn't have any sources. Zero sources throughout his whole career of covering the Warriors. Not to throw him under the bus. I'm just saying that's Slater's job. His job is to go to the games, ask questions, get the quotes, write the recap or feature story or whatever.
Is all this noise from people, and there's nothing from their camp or the Warriors.
Yeah, that one I thought was a little clickbaity. So I told Mark, man, that's clickbaity, man. But I appreciate you telling me that.
Oh, what's that? 526 million up there? Sorry, can we just scroll up?
Projected salary. Yeah, I saw this earlier.
Oh, for 3 guys.
Enjoy this, guys. Enjoy this. Really, laugh at them. You got to find. I'm
glad we're in our position, no matter what happens.
We've been saying that for months,
for years. But yeah. It's we're really not in that bad of a position. And Klay can't.
Before the graphic, we were already said that many times during the season. We said that.
Yep, but that's a lot of zeros.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Klay's agent's not going to let him take less money for something that no one will care about.
I know.
Like, oh, you took less money. Ooh, ouch. Well, that's no. I don't think that just doesn't make any sense at all, man. Because like, if you're willing to take the taxpayer, I mean, we were going over this a lot at this point, but this, it's what's on all of our minds, really, all of today. You take a taxpayer mid-level. Why didn't you sign? If that's okay, why didn't you sign the $24 million contract before that?
Yeah, why didn't you ever ask? Why didn't you just go, hey, look, I'll sign 24. Matter of fact, I'll sign 23, 22, 21, and I'll keep going until 13 million. It's like, that doesn't make sense. You're right. It's strange.
And it's from people who have seemingly no contact and no sources.
Yeah.
This is a very, very strange moment to me.
Okay, we got to find the clutch points Andre Iguodala clip. I've got it somewhere, man. I know I have it somewhere. Check my awesome Discord, which I got to, by September, I'll figure out how to have you guys check that out. Man, where is it?
A Wendigo. Wait.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's on Discord. So just go to Discord, Rich. Oh, I can't wait for you guys to hear this.
Wendigos are scary, man. Don't be that, Jesse.
What happened?
I just said, Jesse said, I'm a Wendigo. Don't be that. Sorry, the term
what the heck is that?
Struck me. It's a Native American mythical being that either stalks human beings or possesses their soul.
How did you know that? I'm glad you did.
I think it was in some collection of scary stories or something in a book that I read.
Find it. Search Iguodala. Enter. Okay. Man, I have this crazy bird outside. It's a crow. Do you guys know how to get rid of crows by any chance? Because grotesque sound of whatever they're doing.
Oh,
Here is
well, they're
Andre.
real smart, so I wouldn't mess with them too much.
I
'Cause
know.
they'll like poop all over your car and they'll follow you for life. And
Will they poop all over my car on purpose?
oh yeah, crows are really, really smart.
Oh my goodness!
I got punished for it.
Ready? Here's Andre.
Oh,
Let me show Andre on here because just for the cool look of Andre with Mello here. I'm not gonna play it actually here. I'm gonna play it on this other place so you can hear it.
Doing what's best for the team financially.
That's crazy because it's like, what is going through your mind, bro? As a player, like both of y'all.
At that point in time,
Are you thinking like, yo, I made enough?
once you do it, it's over.
Yeah.
Even if it's like somebody's helping you out or helping you in a situation, once you kick that door, then that's your box. You're stuck no matter what.
Yeah.
Because now we getting you for pennies on a dollar now.
And then they package it
Yeah.
as doing what's best for the team.
Yeah.
He's a team guy, great locker room guy.
Great guy.
Everything's
Mentor.
great.
Hell no.
But then as soon as free agency hit,
Yeah, thank you.
your value's not what it was. We see you as here, and do you want to win? Because then they hold the ring culture against you.
Klay, I'm telling you, don't do it. Don't go to the text.
but by the way, I hate that mentality. Sorry.
Yep.
By the way, I think that is totally the wrong mentality. Guys we all love that Tim Duncan took a pay cut near the, in the final 2 seasons or whatever it was of his career, taking the vet min to try and help get some more talent around him. And this doesn't apply to guys like Otto Porter, who got a big pay raise from basically, I think it was a vet min. After the Warriors won the title in 22. And yet, for some reason, the more you've done, the more they refuse to want to give you another chance at a big payday. Now, if you're real old, like, okay, like if you're 38, whatever, and you went to a veteran minimum, that's kind of what it's for. But in this scenario, much as I don't like the reality, that's just the reality, man. So I don't know what to say other than that. That's the reality. If Klay starts taking mid-levels, it's not impossible, but it's not going to be easy to get out of that. It's really not. Also, Bloomer, I love Alec Burks, and Dougie McBuckets is an interesting dude. So, I don't know if the full non-taxpayer MLE for those guys, but I would love to have them in Alec Burks' case, love to have them back on the team. Actually,
Where did Bogdan end up, Bogey?
Yeah, Bojan Bogdanovic, right? The tall one.
Oh, my fault. Well, somebody in the comments hours ago said Bogey. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Bogey is with, I forget. He got
The
traded
Nets.
Atlanta to the Nets.
No, New York
New York.
to the Nets for Mikal Bridges. He was the maximum salary.
How much is he making? No, so
Like
that'd
19.
be a trade. He's under contract.
Yeah.
Forget
But
Bogey.
for only one more year. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much forget Bogey unless something's going on with Wiggins on that. But
Yeah.
what about Bojan? No, that is Bojan.
Yeah. Oh, they
No.
mentioned Burks and Doug McDermott.
Say again.
Alec Burks and Doug McDermott.
What happened to them?
Bloomer's asking me what I think about them for the NTMLE.
Oh, too much for Burks. Sorry.
It's a little too much for both of
Still
them,
good
but I
addition.
would love to have them back on the team. And I just really like Burks. I've liked him since I was a kid in Utah.
What was the other guy?
Doug McDermott.
Can he shoot?
Yeah.
I don't know about his defense. That would be the only thing.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you rather have the 7-foot rookie version of Doug McDermott, which is post Quentin?
Well,
Post?
McDermott's a wing. Post is a center.
Yeah, how tall is McDermott? I thought he was 6'10". I could be wrong. And can McDermott play?
He's like a small forward, though. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not liking McDermott.
That's
And
fine. Yeah,
definitely not.
neither of these guys I think I would give the NTMLE.
No way.
But-
Taxpayer.
Yeah.
If we were in the tax at 5.1 million.
Thankfully, we basically have, as we just went over a few hours ago, or however long it was, we have 12 guys on the team. We need the taxpayer MLE and like Klay, you know?
Wait, can we get non-taxpayer MLE? No.
I'm sorry, I meant non-taxpayer. Yeah.
Wait, we can get under the first apron with Klay. Yeah. I think we did that math. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, we'll figure it out. I mean,
It'll put us at about 70.
You can trade Looney or
8
GP2 to make it happen. I
Yeah.
think you would make it happen at that point. I'm sorry. I'd hate to do that to GP2 and treat him so coldly. No, just like
let's not pile on here.
to get a no. I'm just saying I'm not treating them coldly.
Yeah.
I know that they're important and everything, and culture-wise. But if we're bringing back Klay, I would love to have just one more free agent to add to that. Oh, I forgot to mention when I did the non-taxpayer MLE video to say, hey, we can, here's how to get Klay, which was at the time it was waive Looney, redo GP2's contract, and pay Klay what you're paying Draymond, which is $24 million. That can allow you to go get a free agent at the NTMLE of $12.9 million, which might be Derek Jones, might be Kyle Anderson, might be Haywood Highsmith, for example.
Right.
However, think about this, Dean. Forgot to talk about this. If you bring on a Haywood Highsmith, doesn't he take even more minutes away from Klay? And that's a dilemma for Klay too. So I get it from his side.
I think it would take some minutes, probably a little bit more from Wiggins, though, wouldn't he?
Okay, so then what you would do is when you have the last meeting with Klay, you convince him that if we can get you go, hey, we could, if you come back at whatever level, 22 million, let's say 23, 24 even maybe, then we'll go and improve the roster through the non-taxpayer mid-level, and we're going to go get Haywood Highsmith, and he's going to take Wiggins' minutes and not yours. Something like that.
Well, based on what we're talking about, let's say we do keep Klay at a reasonable number, and we do get a good taxpayer, right? No, sorry, a non-taxpayer. No. Yeah, non-taxpayer MLE. Yeah. Which, by the way, in case any of you are really, really informed and a little confused, the non-taxpayer can be used by a team in the tax. It just has to be below the first apron, right? Which is bizarre. You can be over the tax and still have a non-taxpayer. But I looked it up to the best of my ability, and I believe that's true. So if you're looking up the numbers, that's why. But if we have that, and it's not going quite the way we hoped, you still have the ability, as I've been saying, to move. If Klay's still not happy, you can send him to anywhere now that he wants to go. Anywhere, right? Not just the few places that have enough money or him having to take less money. You have the Wiggins contract. You have GP2 and Looney. That's a lot of money, man. That's almost $45 million or so, maybe a little over. 13 and so yeah, it's like $43 million about. And I guess you have the mid-level, which you can combine. So there's still plenty of ways if And you never know what could happen with J.K. Moody or anything like that. Holy cannoli. It's Klay.
Yeah. It's just a meme. Oh, when LeBron called.
Holy cannoli.
I don't even know what that means. I would think the meme would have like something more excited or something. I don't know.
Well, that championship hat is still somewhere in the bottom of the bay. Yeah. But, you know, we'd still have a lot of ability to.
Oh my
to
gosh,
improve
here you go. Damn. There's your trade exception stuff that's very hard to keep track of. Mavs own a $16 million trade exception that they're hoping to fit Klay Thompson into. I got to save this one. Copy link into my Discord. I still don't think he's worth 16 million, but that's better than 13 million.
That's true, but I wonder now what they're. Yeah, but they're.
Wow.
Here's the problem. I can't find. Where's an updated salary cap?
Spot track, maybe? And if not, maybe check Yossi Goslin, capsheets.com.
I just want to try and figure out
of it because he's on the up and up. He wants to be, you know, the stock is rising. He's hungry.
No, it sounds. Okay, this seems about right. They have Naji Marshall already on here. Okay. So
yeah,
but they're at. Wait a minute.
Capsheets.com?
No, I went to Spot Track because you said that one first.
Okay.
But
the trade exception was created by sending Tim Hardaway to the Pistons. We knew that.
Yeah, but aren't they like a really? It looks here like they're putting them at $189 million.
What? Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's been reported by Brett Siegel that they could use that to get Klay, I'm pretty sure. Here it is. LeBron James called Klay Thompson right when free agency opened. But we already went through the exercise. What? You're going to give us D'Lo? Come on. Rui? Come on. I guess it must have been, hey, I took a $16 million pay cut. Why don't you come here for the non-taxpayer mid-level? Right? I bet you.
Man, I'm trying to negotiate something. Don't blow my spot, bro.
16 million to the Mavs looks better than that. But then I guess, it's all things being equal in terms of championship caliberness. Dallas just got to the finals.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of Dallas bloggers on my feed, and they're thirsting for Klay right now. That's funny. Look at that. 41% wide open threes, 39.6 Derrick Jones Jr. That's pretty impressive.
Oh, I thought that was Naji Marshall.
My fault. Naji Marshall.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still good information to know, but now, thankfully, I got it right for Naji Marshall. Wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, he played great against us. When we really needed that win, he played pretty good.
Yeah, man.
You remember those things.
Absolutely.
Not bad. Dallas, not bad.
Well, they're going all in, you know.
Yeah. It's a slight upgrade, but they still upgraded.
Yeah, but I think they must be feeling a little pressure from Luka, you know, even though he's quite young. I mean, you made the finals, so you kind of have to do it, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, I get you. So you're saying they're under pressure not to just run it back.
Right.
Exactly. Okay, so the latest and greatest $16.2 million trade exception enabled by the Tim Hardaway trade to the Pistons that could maybe land Klay. Interesting. Klay has a special place in his heart for the Lakers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the Lakers' only path is going to be the 12.9 million non-taxpayer, because we went through the exercise of it. Just
Well, you never know, but they would have to give up quite a bit if it's not that, and that kind of defeats the, it kind of defeats the purpose of.
At least D'Lo's off the books next year.
Oh,
You get something rather than nothing on that. So now we got to do the comparison of what Klay for D'Lo, and then I would be like, hey, yo, you guys got to throw in a draft pick, man. Don't you think?
they don't have any left.
Yeah, but something.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't. Okay. Well, anyways, D'Lo or Rui really can't be anything else. But this gets them past the 16.2 from Dallas. So D'Lo, Rui, and then the Dallas sign-in trades are yuck. But they don't need to do it. They just bring in Klay, right? Can they do that? Wait a minute. No, they can't. They got to do sign-in trade. They're not under the cap. $16.2 million trade exception. What does that mean, Dean? That means they can. It's like trading us a player that is at 16.2 million, but there's no player. So yeah, it's like trading Hardaway in this, but Hardaway disappears and he goes to the Pistons. So we would get what? Jaden Hardy, $2 million, and give Klay an $18 million contract, or how does that work? Trade. So they'd have to give us draft picks. There's the only way to do it, right?
Well, I'm just trying to look up the restrictions on the traded player. Simultaneous trade.
Wow.
Taxpaying teams.
Wow. How are they going to do this? Or how are we going to accept this? See, at that point, again, we go back to, we need a last meeting with Klay, you're going to be a sign and trade. Maybe Lacob already thought this. Maybe Lacob already was or Dunleavy, Lacob, and then Kirk.
Yeah.
Maybe they were like, yo, look, the only thing anybody can do is the sign-in trade. And in a sign-in trade, they're going to have to call us again, and we're going to have Klay on the phone call or the meeting or whatever, the Zoom call. Maybe that's all part of it. They knew that, so they knew that they would. I think the assumption is that they would always have a last meeting. So it's up to Klay to either have the last meeting or not, right? I would think if you're going to do a sign-in trade and you're going to negotiate all these different possibilities, you're going to have that meeting with his agent at the very least at the end of it, say, okay, this is what's going to happen, sign on the dotted line or click the DocuSign. I wonder how it goes down. Yeah, next time I see an agent, let me know how it actually goes down.
That would be interesting. You have to sign something or verbal record, or I wonder what it is. Yeah,
that'll give me information as to if you got to see Klay, if you got to talk to Klay at the last minute. Say, Klay, come on now, 16 million, we can do that. Come on, easy.
Please.
In fact, we'll give you 18 million. How's that? Come on. I don't know. I wish I knew how that worked, but I will see somebody coming up, I hope. I don't know if I'm credentialed for Summer League, and even if I am, I don't know if I'll go. I think I will go. If I'm credentialed for Summer League, which the official notification date is tomorrow. No, the deadline's July 1st, so I might not find out till July 2nd, which sucks because I got to hold off on my plane ticket. But if I do go to Summer League, I will get to go see Bronny James play, number one, and I don't have to work that night because it's not Warriors related. And B, I will talk to an agent because there'll be plenty of them there, and figure out what the hell happens in a negotiation.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting. Especially, you know, one that could get as complex as this one. Because it's not just, you know, Philly and Orlando, sure. And also, it seems like Paul George is going to Philly. Because, like, where else is he going to go? You know?
OKC?
He's going back to OKC?
Why not? Is there
do they have cap space? Huh.
Okay,
that's
do it. That's what we do here. I thought they were the ones that had them, Philly, and Orlando were the attractive.
Oh, yeah, $98 million.
Oh, God. This and the Celtics on the other end of the spectrum.
That's crazy.
You want to have
the two top teams in each conference.
Gosh, it's so good. And they added Caruso, and he's the fourth highest paid. Damn you, Bulls. Damn you.
What? Well, anyway.
No,
but these,
never mind. It's all good. Bulls. I mean that.
Some of the things that Stryker said, Rich, I was thinking the same thing. The sign and trade gives Jacob the opportunity to show what Klay is worth in three markets, I think, and then give one final big offer. Cholo said, in my humble opinion, Klay and Warriors organizations surveying all offers first before they deal.
Ooh, cool.
For all the decisions. Yep, I'd give Klay between 15 and 20 million for 2-3 years. I think Clay's looking for 3.
Yeah.
So I totally agree with all that. I just hope Clay's team, you know, years from now, you want to have thought about years from now, fully and calmly and everything like that. And I think they will.
And we need Dean at that meeting.
Well, hey, anything I can do, anything. I mean, I'll be biased. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, Klay, go be happy somewhere else. I'm not gonna say that. I'll be like, hey, man, where do you think you're gonna get a piece of ownership after you're done playing, which we obviously can't offer now. A little piece of ownership with your friends of the most valuable franchise right now in the league. Is that really worth going somewhere else? I don't know. I don't think so. But even if Klay walks, painful as that would be, well, you know, I think we're still in a good position to try and compete. You know, this coming season. Man, we have Steph Curry and Draymond Green at very minimum, and Moody and Kuminga and TJD and Looney and, you know, all these guys. I still think we get worse if Klay leaves.
Yeah. But someone asked about Julius Randle. So you look it up and you go, oh, okay, he's under contract. At that level of salary, you would have to involve Wiggs. And then so the next question after that, the next domino in the list of questions or information gathering would be, why would they do that? Would they, you know? So I don't know. Maybe they would, but off the top, it doesn't seem like they would want to do that. But those are questions you want to ask yourself. All right. Did we cover everything? I think we covered everything. 5 hours.
Yep.
Let's do an update on Twitter. What are they talking about? So did we close that loop a little bit? Traded player exception. Dean, did you find any restrictions? Although if Brett Siegel is tweeting that out, they can do it. But okay, so let's take it to the here, Mark Stein, 7 minutes ago. The Mavericks must obviously beat out the Lakers to get Klay's commitment, in addition to working on a sign-and trade, as the Lakers continued to chase Klay. Amid Klay's pursuit, it had to jump on an attractive 3-year, $27 million deal with Naji Marshall. Yeah. Okay. I guess he forgot to tweet. He was so busy checking into the stuff that he forgot to tweet that Naji Marshall went to the Mavs, which he needs to do because he's the main Mavs guy. He lives in Dallas. He's always at American Airlines Arena. I wrote about this on the website. If you see Mark Stein with a media pass and it's not the Mavs, then you know he's there for a big reason, like chasing something down. Just like Mark Spears. If you see Mark Spears suddenly appear at Chase, you automatically go, okay. And then you can tell what he's going after when he asks the questions in the on the podium. But you know Mark Spears is going to come out with a feature story on Anscape. You just know. It's pretty cool. I used to kind of know who was going to write who, but you can't tweet that out because then you're messing up their job.
Yeah, no, that's
just know. Or you can't post it on IG. You can't post it. You just have to keep it to yourself.
Yep.
Okay, so $16 million trade exception. We go back to Dallas's cap sheet. $16 million. So we would trade Klay into that exception. We don't get any players back, but we get draft picks. How does this work? I don't get it.
Gosh, I don't know.
OKC is pursuing Hartenstein, so forget Paul George, the OKC.
Yeah.
And yeah, hell no, we don't want Gabe. I actually agree with you. On the emotionally charged one. And I do have sort of, I don't want to deal with the Lakers bias, kind of. Like, if I'm dealing with the Lakers, it's almost like a Brooklyn Nets, New York Knicks thing. Man, it better be a blockbuster deal, or you better pay up, man. Kind of like that. So I'm kind of biased. I'm bringing emotion into it. Would I advise Klay not to? Nah. But
well, no, it is. There is something to making a division rival.
Yeah,
probably better, just because you have to face them way more often and play them in the playoffs, unlike all but one team in the East. Mm-hmm. So I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Although,
I look at their roster and, like, of the ones that seem tradable for, it's like Vando or Austin Reeves, who they're probably not going to touch. So, like, Rui doesn't really excite me that much. D'Lo doesn't really excite me that much. Gabe Vincent certainly not, right?
Yeah.
Someone mentioned Christian Wood. Nah, that doesn't excite me either. Jackson Hayes doesn't excite me. Not for Klay. I mean, you got to take into account, Klay as a Laker? Come on. You got to pay up for that. Just like the New York Knicks paid up for Villanova, the Nova Knicks.
Yeah, that's true.
Come on.
But, the one problem with all this is that this isn't a trade. It's a sign and trade. So the guy kind of wants to leave, right?
Yep.
And there is a little leverage of, like, first, it's kind of in bad form to push guys who want to leave anyway too much. Mm-hmm. Secondly, I think the Jazz still have a ton of cap space, right? So there could be a sign and trade somewhere else and you still get nothing, and then you piss them off. You really piss them off in a way where it's not like, well, that's normal negotiate. It's kind of like, so you don't want to be too heavy-handed on this type of stuff. But we also, like, we're not just going to give Klay Thompson away if you're not going to bite the bullet and open up that cap space. If you want to blow up your team and open up the cap space yourself, do it. But we're not just going to give Klay Thompson away either.
Yeah, it has to be fair, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
You got to negotiate with these teams in the future, too, so you don't want to leave any bad blood, stuff like that. So.
Right. Batum has retired, pretty boy PT. He's retired. I don't think he's going to unretire. So Paul's saying, even though Klay's an unrestricted free agent, the Warriors can offer him any amount or a cap hit will be applicable. So they retain what would be a cap hit so that they can't let him go, get way under the cap, sign someone, and then re-sign him. But they still have his bird rights until he leaves. So even if there's no cap space left to use, cap space is the amount of money you have under 141 million to spend. Even if there's none of that, they could still offer him basically whatever contract they want to. So, yeah. You don't think Vando's untouchable, Starman? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's easier to say that about other people's players than the team that you love the most. Sometimes that's true, In 22, I don't care what someone offered. GP2 is untouchable. Even if he would have been I don't know what the opposite. Even though he would have been available on most other teams, just that year he was untouchable. Yeah, diehard Lakers fans said they wouldn't. That's right.
Okay, now I think we've covered everything, right?
Yeah, we finally did it. We covered one day's worth of NBA news in 5 hours. We finally got it, man. Oh, good for Chris Paul, though. Seriously. Yeah. Wars are cooking and we're losing everything. Thanks. Could have tuned in earlier.
Oh, man.
Come on, man. You guys are stressing out. We're going to be very patient. We're going to be very patient today.
Oh, man.
Very patient today, but come on now. Come on. We'll be okay. Oh, look, all these people say, no offense, but a lot of people are saying things like that. We're cooked. We're losing everything. If Klay came back, they'd be upset. What? But it's true. And it's true.
Hey, my friend GSW Delivery out in Australia is thinking positively.
Oh, what do you say?
Oh, he's saying Klay is playing 4D chess, basically. I don't know what.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I can imagine him sitting there, kind of hiding a smirk and just folding their little offer sheets on the paper plane.
Oh, dude. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, one more screenshot. I got like 15 screenshots tonight.
Yeah.
I'm going to save them up and throw them on Instagram, man. Dean, it was a pleasure, man.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rick.
On this note, with Sean, my guy Sean in Australia, you spell that the same way you spell Sean Livingston, SHAUN.
Or of the dead.
What the 5-hour time mark?
Yeah,
Sean, 5-hour time mark. Good one. Klay trolling, love it.
Yeah.
We are about to do Just Us. Where's my
Hey,
Just
for all
Us?
you newbies, this is our little thing we do at the end here. So thank you for joining us. Please leave a like and a subscription on your way out, if you would.
I'll tell you what, Dean. Oh, I feel so much better now than I did before coming on board. Large part of it, thanks to
we
you.
got our we have our team here, man. That's what a real team feels like. Yeah.
Next live. When should we go live, guys? Oh, let's end the poll and type that into the notes. Officially, we do all think that, I guess you guys, you guys think that Klay will leave. That was kind of a silly poll, honestly.
How many votes do we get though?
Yeah, 200.
200.
That's pretty-
Hey, not bad.
Oh man, we doing the wasting Curry's prime thing again? Come on,
Right at the
man.
end. Come on, man.
We don't do that here. Haven't you figured that out? After the
It's a stressful day. We're gonna give him a pass today.
Oh my
Give him
god,
a pass today.
dude! What have you been looking at on your screen? Haven't
Yeah,
I
you've been
been
here for hours though, man. You
been
didn't.
doing this, and I've been doing Bruce. Don't give that guy fuel, Bruce. We've been doing that. Bruce is
It ain't over till it's over.
just us. Chola. I didn't block him though. I'm not blocking anybody anymore. Next live. Oh yeah. Next Paul. When should we do the next live? What do we got? Indiana Fever schedule. I mean, we just did 5 hours, so I'm tired. I kind of want to stretch it out a little bit, right? WNBA.com Fever. And then I got to look at Brazil's schedule. 6th. What's the 6th? Oh, I can't do that. That's Saturday. I'll be in Vegas. In fact, I'll probably go live from Mendenhall Center, Las Vegas.
Oh, nice.
I just like it ain't over till it's over with Klay.
Yep.
There's no live on Saturday until I make it to Vegas safely, knock on wood, right? Like, just gotta. I need to get another phone too, guys. And I'm thinking about just what would you do, Dean? Would you purchase it from Amazon and then do the return it later within 30 days? Because I definitely this old iPhone 10 is not gonna cut it. Like, it's slow. And so I was thinking of getting a 15 Pro Max and then return it after the next week within 14 days or whatever it is. But I don't know whether to do that through the Apple Store or Amazon. I think either way, my credit's
It's a good idea, but I don't know what you should do. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea what you're talking about.
I think
But
Apple
I don't know.
would be the one to go with as insurance, just in case something happens in Vegas. Go with Apple Care rather than Assurion, which is why I might do the Apple Store thing like tomorrow. But I'm not sure. So if anybody has any opinions on that, whether you've done the Apple Care thing before or whatever, let me know. But anyways, I think we would let's do one last look at Team Brazil. Brazil basketball. For Gui Santos, by the way, I haven't gotten a chance to look at the tape.
But I see.
Gui Santos guarded Luka, I think, 2 days ago.
I like Guy, man. I think
Luka went crazy though. So, but
it's Luka.
It's good training. It's good training.
Yeah.
Right?
International basketball always helps to improve guys' play. I mean, like real international, like World Cup, FIBA, Olympics. Country versus country. They always seem to have the least amount of ego.
Oh wait, that's from earlier. Never mind.
That was 2023. Yeah.
Group B. Oh, this is old. What? You don't have the new stuff? Come on. FIBA. What do we do? What do we do here? Brazilian team 24. Do they have a schedule? Do you have a schedule? Oh my gosh, come on. They're in Latvia right now. They're doing the qualifiers. Are you serious? There's no news? That's not it. Where's the official Brazilian site? There's nothing? Let me look it up on Instagram and then click on their bio. Gui Santos probably follows him. In Brazil. Basket ECBB. Oh, jeez, that's tough to know. It's tough to remember. Basket Brazil. Oh, boy.
Looks like they're playing Montenegro on the 2nd and Cameroon on the 4th of July.
What time? What time on the 2nd?
These are in Pacific, so 5:30 a.m. On the 2nd and 9 a.m. on the 4th.
9 a.m. on the 4th it is. Next live, 9 a.m. Pacific. Yeah.
That's
5 p.m. would be
that's gonna be
current
fun.
time Philippines.
There's
Current
live
is
stream.
+3, flip it. So it would be 8, flip it. It would be
12.
5 a.m. Tuesday would be 8 p.m. in the Philippines. 9 a.m. here would be 12 midnight Philippines. Doable.
Yep.
So Brazil against who?
Cameroon.
Can you check if Guy is playing? He probably is, right? I mean, the box score, he was on it. I'll say that much. Said the 4th, which is what? That's Thursday.
Tuesday. Oh, Thursday. Sorry. No.
Thursday, 4th.
Yeah. Thursday.
For Guy Santos, right? I think we'd rather do Guy than Caitlin Clark against the Vegas Aces. That's a good game too, but I think
that's a good game though. I mean, because the Vegas Aces they're going for 3-peat against Caitlin Clark.
Oh gosh, it's gonna be a blowout, man.
10 hours.
It's gonna be a blowout, man. I'm sorry, right, Bruce?
Yeah, but Clark could have a great individual game, and they've been on a little bit more of a roll. I haven't been able to watch it much.
I don't want to.
I'm always busy, but I can't wait to. I really can't.
Okay, just us time.
Yes, sir.
Let me copy the next live information. 9 a.m. Am I going to wake up for that? Give me a 52% chance, guys.
Oh, you can stay up for it. No, kidding.
Guys, I'm going live from Mendenhall Center with Steph Curry and Steve Kerr and a ton of other stars. Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis.
Yep.
And LeBron and KD and Jason Tatum and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Sadly.
Stay tuned. A lot more cool stuff coming on this channel.
So,
hopefully Sean Grice too at some point.
In other words, if I don't wake up for the next live, don't hold me to it.
Yeah.
We're going to be just fine. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Rich.
Coming on board. We won't do the poll, which is to vote on the next live. Just Klay.
It's us.
RJ, we don't know, man.
Go Klay.
Can't predict it. Don't be too addicted by predictions. Brate. All right. Thank you, Dean. 5 hours and 13 minutes. Dang.
Yes, sir.